let's go boom. Let's go boom. let's go boom. Let's go boom. let's go boom.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PMCL Southeast Asia. This is Contract here alongside with Sir Cloud, bringing you all the action as the teams are ready to unleash the heat here in Week 2.
Oh yeah, Week 2, Day 2 it is, ladies and gentlemen. And what we saw yesterday was an explosive performance by Austria Esports. 3 chicken dinners in a day. That is setting a new record.
That's right, it's a really huge record, and that basically shows that this squad is back on track. You know, don't count them out back in Week 1. Sure, they may have actually had a little bit of rocky start. So does some of all these other teams as well. But every brand new week is another chance for them to shine, and shine like a diamond they did. So with that being said, we'll see what else does Day 2 of the second week has in store for us, because I'm pretty sure that all the other teams are vying for that chicken dinner. We've already had half of yesterday being conquered by Austria Esports. So we'll see later on who will basically take the top end of the table later on.
Yeah, those Shine Like Diamond used to be a team from Vietnam, but in this context, they are the introduce what's going to happen today in case it is somehow your first day joining us at the broadcast. We're going to start off game number 1 inside of Sanhok. We're going to play the next 3 games in Erangel, and we're going to wrap up the day with 2 Miramars.
That's right, and of course, if you guys are also joining the PUBG Mobile Esports scene for the very first time. So how does the team collect points? Every round that they play, at each elimination that they get, it's going to be an additional 1 point, and followed by that, it's about how they rank inside of the match. Winner win the chicken dinner, rewards them with 10 points, 6 points for second place, as you see the numbers slowly decrease all the way up to 7 and 8 placement. 9 to 16 has got no points at all, so it's really important for them to be able to survive as well as to eliminate their opponents.
Yes, this is pretty standard in case you have been with us for quite a while now. But what might be new to you, in case this is the first time of you guys looking at this will be the scoring system. So there will be weekly points collected from matches played every week. And after we have collected all the points throughout the entire week, which is until Sunday, we will have the weekly ranking points. So basically, they will be put in at from number 1 to number 20 based on the points collected throughout the week. And then they will be awarded league points based on their placement. So that will be the chart on the right side. As you can see, if they end the week at number 1, they'll get maximum points of 20, and then it just goes all the way down. And for our league ranking, will be based on the league points. So this will be collected all throughout the 3 weeks that will be played, and we will determine who will move on to the grand finals by then. Now, only the top 16 out of 20 teams will be there, and they will also have their own head start points during the start of the grand finals.
That's right, and these are the teams that will be playing for our very first round, as we will include Group A, B, D, as well as E. Group C will be taking 2 matches of a break before they make their debut in Erangel. So we'll have Justice Esports, AI Esports, Myth Clan, Flash Vision Esports in Group A. In Group B, we've got Harami Bro, Enigma, MFG Esports, and Fearless Esports.
Yeah, followed by Group D, Playbook Esports, The Quarter, See You Soon X Tiger KE, God of Death 7, and in Group E we have Stranger Esports, 214 Akira, Dread Esports, and Osja Esports. Now, in case you're wondering, where's Group C? Well, they'll be back on match number 3 later on inside of Erangel, and those teams inside of Group C will be Young Galacticos, Exquisite Esports, Time to Quick, and APG Esports.
That's right, and this whole grouping heading into Sanhok will be very interesting, as we've seen a lot of firepower coming in from each of these respective teams. Whereas, what are they playing for? It's going to be a huge sum of a prize pool of $27,900 total of US dollars to be won. So, with that said, the first place in the league will award themselves with $4,500 US dollars, and it will be distributed across the board for all the teams that are participating, so nobody walks out empty-handed. Whereas the teams that performs the best each week will receive a bonus of $150, and on top of that, there's also the prize for Terminator and the winner chicken dinner per round, as displayed on your screen.
Yes, so individual awards as well as team awards on top of the league prize pool. And again, the highlight here, it is league prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. We will have the grand final prize pool separately, in which we will announce during the grand finals later on. So for all these teams at this stage, all 20 teams will stand a chance to take home something. It's just a matter of what's the value.
Exactly, and they are still really running in this marathon heading into the very final week. So there's still a lot of work to be done here for most part. So I'm really hoping to really see that, teams that have been performing rather underwhelmingly back in week 1 to be able to get as much as they can. And speaking of which, we've already seen that a lot of these teams have a really good head start, especially on the map of Sanhok, so they were really motivated back in day 1. I hope that motivation still stays intact heading into this upcoming match.
Yes, because today will be day number 2, and as we count down the days, the games will be running out as well. And again, ladies and gentlemen, our next match will be inside of Sanhok. It will be our only Sanhok match for today.
That's right, and later on we'll be moving into all the other bigger maps, as we are gonna see how the teams gonna fare into all these type of adjustments that they've made throughout the course of the 2 days breaks that they have. So before we begin the match, we do like to, of course, keep you guys up to date to what's really happening in game, as we've got the Dragon Emperor, and the Dragon Empress said that only lasts till this end of the week. You guys gotta get it before it goes out, because, I've said it before, the Year of the Dragon only comes once in 12 years. And with this set, you could basically get yourself the upgradable firearm Drag Rain MK14 that comes with on-hit effects, illumination, broadcast, and loot crate effects that awaits you. So don't miss out. The offer is only valid until the 9th of March.
Yes, 9th of March it is, and this one is a little bit longer, but you don't want to miss out the opportunity in case you forget about it. It is until the 21st of March, which is called the Serpent Gleam set, that allows you to upgrade your AWM, that has also the loot crate, elimination broadcast, and on-hit effects. effect together with it. So all you need to do is jump into your game, PUBG Mobile. You'll be able to see it inside of that. In case you need a preview in the social medias of PUBG Mobile, there are some influencers, KOLs, that actually made a preview content of it. So if you want to look at it before you purchase it, do check out the social medias of PUBG Mobile.
That's right. So that's how you want to keep up to date with all the latest happenings and offers that is in the game. So of course, bring your friends together and have a whole lot of fun. And once more, this offer is only valid until the 21st of March. So make sure you guys get your hands on it. You guys got a couple more weeks to go before Separate Gleam set will be out of the store.
Yeah, but for the teams, they don't have a couple more weeks to go. It is this week and then next week, and we will lock in the top 16 teams. And unfortunately for the bottom 4 teams, we have to say goodbye to them and see them next season. So you got to get into the top 16 right now, because we got teams making comebacks now. Of course, most notably is Austria Esports. They ended up in page number 2 yesterday. Last week, but yesterday they put in an amazing performance. Now they're at number 1, and we also have a couple of other teams as well, like APG. Such a what a better performance they had yesterday as compared to last week too. So if they can continue on like this, who knows? They could be one of the teams in the top 16. And if they are going to take those top 16 slots, that means someone else will be in the bottom 4.
Yeah, and we see all these form of massive improvements and adjustments that have worked.
Right, and apologies, ladies and gentlemen, if there was a little bit of a bumpy ride, but hey, rest assured, everything will be cool and smooth as we head on to our following match that will be coming really, really soon. So all you need to do right now is to grab your drink, grab your popcorn, because you don't want to miss out on any of the action coming in the next match.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's been a pretty big battle back in our very previous run yesterday, where we of course see massive wins from Austria, but that wasn't the only thing that was the highlight. We look at even teams like MFG Esports really bouncing out strong, and for some of those teams that have not really gotten chicken dinners, they got it yesterday. So I guess like there's only a handful more of names that have yet to win that will seek opportunities for this week.
Yes, so a little bit of recap the teams that got the chicken dinner yesterday, especially in Sanhok. It was MFG who got the first chicken dinner with 9 eliminations. The other teams who got chicken dinners, Austria Esports, obviously 3 chicken dinners. We talked about it earlier, and not only 3 chicken dinners, but in their last game yesterday in Miramar, they got 16 eliminations with it, equalizing the record set by Genesis Esports in week number 1. So number 16, it is still the number to beat. We also have Yango Galacticos, the team who came up with a surprise last week to catch up to PBE to take the 3rd spot in the overall league standings in week 1. And not to forget as well, FRL, Fearless Esports, another one of those comeback teams since they ended last week at number 19. So far so good for them, ended day 1 at number 6.
Yeah, this is definitely a very good build-up for some of the teams that have struggled early on. And I would say that if Fearless Esports continue to follow this formula heading into week 2, we'll definitely see them retaining somewhere along the lines of at least a top 8 finish. So I'm really happy to actually see that the competition is getting better and better every step of the way. And for now, I just really want to witness them really putting on their top-notch performances, because teams now really look to be taking more efficient battles instead of some long-winded trades outside of the zone that doesn't benefit anyone. As I think like they finally start to realize that, okay, we gotta cut some of all these things that were non-beneficial and do something a lot more progressive in the match.
Unless they found the formula like teams from South Asia who like to do that, like to lock out teams outside the zone. They don't mind spending time in the blue, maximizing their opportunity, maximizing their utilities before coming in, and they could still do it. So that is a formula that is somehow like a trend in South Asia region. Maybe these teams are trying it. Some of them worked, some of them didn't. I guess for the most part did not. But if they can find a sweet spot on how to maximize that opportunity outside the zone while gaining points, they'll be the best. And today will be another opportunity. We'll be keeping an eye to see if they still do that, or will they just leave it and rotate in as fast as possible.
Yeah, and I would definitely say that a lot of these teams, they will still play a lot on the outskirts where they basically want to find those form of choke points in order to retain some of all the other squads from entering. So I guess like some of all these small little micro decisions will really affect them in the long run as well. So making sure that they are always up to speed into making those decisions when they need to rotate or basically play for position would be also very important than to just take on team fights.
Yeah, and but it's a trade-off.
Yeah, and of course, yeah, well, I guess like there's definitely a lot of all these teams like APG that really is seeking out for a lot of all these huge fights in the early game, and it definitely sees them really benefiting because yesterday Master Risk and Co, they managed to get like what 11 to 12 elimination points in that early span of the round, but just by about stage 2 or stage 3. And they've been able to secure, like, you know, a top 4 finish by the end of the run. That is absolutely impressive.
Yeah, APG, they were amazing yesterday. In fact, they ended up not too bad. Okay, not too bad. I mean, number 12 is okay. Somewhere in the middle of the chart, not too bad. And they also, like, I believe there was one Erangel match where they won against, like, 3 teams back-to-back. So that was, like, wow, coming in from APG. I mean, if they can continue to do something like that again and throughout the entire week, they could potentially bring themselves into the top 16, because last week they ended the week at the number 18. So it's a very risky position to be in. But if they can have that momentum to be in first page, 10 and above, then maybe next week they will have a good chance to secure that grand final slot.
Yeah, it almost will guarantee them the grand final slot if they could basically get into such a position. That also that also meant that this team will really have to ride on this confidence that they've been able to build from yesterday's run. So I hope that they have not really lost their motivation from the next upcoming rounds, because we start to see that this team is a very momentum heavy type of team where if they start off the day on the wrong note, then things can easily crack in terms of how they basically view their course of their matches. So hopefully that isn't going to be the case, that yesterday shouldn't just be a one-hit wonder, because APG, I think there's a lot of fans from Cambodia and also from Singapore that will be rooting out for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. You have like two sets of fans to a certain extent, right? Because you kind of think about it, APG does stand for Angkor PUBG. So Angkor is a place in Cambodia. So you can kind of like have that relation with the Cambodian fans, and then obviously their players are from Singapore. They do have a couple of Malaysian players. Well, to be exact, Adik Boy is from Malaysia, so you can sort of like draw different regional fans onto APG. I think that's one of the uniqueness of not only APG, in fact, Flash Vision also have that uniqueness of having a diverse lineup of Malaysian and Singaporean players. And I also have to mention that Osja Esports has that as well, with the mix of Thai and also Cambodian players. So it's kind of nice to see this sort of diversity, and it can possibly draw fans from different regions. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that this is definitely a grand opportunity for many of all these players from all across the globe to eventually be one big part of this PMCL family. So now, good news, ladies and gents, as we are going to be having our map up and running really soon. So Cloud, we're going to have a whole lot of fun moving into Sanhok, heading into week 2, day 2, as we begin our run.
Oh, I can't wait for Sanhok, especially bootcamp, because Enigma, they lost bootcamp early yesterday when they normally have a good show inside a bootcamp, but we'll be keeping an eye on the bootcamp if they will do well or not. Let's head on to it. This is going to be Sanhok, match number 1, week number 2, day number 2.
That's right. The battle will be intensified as we will see what will really go down once again. And in this tiny little map, Enigma, they are definitely looking for their revenge in the center of the map. So we'll keep our eyes on that over on the corners of Bootcamp. But when we look into multiple different regions as well, it seems like Enigma is going to be moving to a different direction as compared to their usual drop into bootcamp. So I guess that they're not really fancying that, or perhaps they will just take a little bit of slow float. But it's a very different approach because you're looking at 2 other members floating over onto the mountainside and having 2 more members in the direct center. So it seems like there won't be as much of a contention, but GE is always going to be wrapping around the midsection as well. So GE, they're going to be staying off that area of play, but SYS, they're already in a camp of their own, but this time it is going to be all the way down south on Camp Charlie.
I really like the parameter set by Genesis Esports. They don't drop inside the Paradise Resort directly, but they drop around it, and they kind of set up this perimeter around, in which they kind of know that people won't challenge them there. I believe soon after this, they will go inside Paradise Resort to complete their loot before rotating into the circle. In which, speaking about the circle, it is 50-50 between the Ruins Island and also the main peninsula.
Very likely that it will be moving into the south side as we look at bigger circumference coverage, but there is still possibilities that it ends up in between with coverage over onto Tainan. And Harame Bros, they don't exactly have to move too far off from where they need to be, so that's going to be good news for them. They had a decent start, although it's not that same explosiveness that we're seeing coming in from the side of Harame Bros from week 1, as the team is starting to get back on track as well as we see the later stages into Miramar yesterday. Whereas PBE, I think they've been one of the top performers in terms of elimination points being acquired from yesterday's run. So we'll see whether if they're gonna be going in with the same mindset. Pretty Esports gonna be heading into the ruin sector, where this is gonna be a really good area of coverage for them to basically take control of that Charlie sector much later on, or even basically anywhere around these ruins.
You know what they say? That's the first time for everything. Yep. So this is the first time that we get a no contest at all inside of Sanhok during the drop stage. But now we might see one as Joseph from Myth Clan is up against the two members of FRL with Erangel in front. And they seem to know that there's somebody below them.
Grenades now already lobbed right in. Is Joseph ready for contention? Only got the UMP in hand alongside with a AR, which is the M4. He's going to be able to pin one down. Can he actually get another BBS in hand and a couple of grenades for him to dodge out? Joseph still stays alive, but how much longer can he hold on for? He has himself exposed to the push coming in from 1 second.
Wow, 1 second is playing this time. Another player that has been in the scene for quite a while and making his debut. He wins this fight. His teammate is safe and it's perfect. But oh, hang on. Erangel shot down by somebody from Enigma. I believe it was a long-range shot.
This is how quick the matches actually go. We were just saying that nobody's going to be contesting for spots, but they are contesting for this hill, though. Maybe Harry giving a little bit more of top side coverage. We'll have a couple of shots being fired towards the side of 1 second. Enigma is actually not too far off from the other corner of the hill to actually give them a little bit of that pressure. And eventually, Enigma might actually close in to make this a 3 to 4-way battle.
Yeah, Enigma, but at least Enigma is like the long range. They get the knob, but they couldn't finish. So they will let this go for now. It's more like stamping their position, putting pressure to their opponent, and that's pretty much about it. But for Myth Clan, Joseph, interestingly, is saved. So they will reset for now. Also, again, thanks to Enigma. But we got FRL. They're not going to let that 1 point go. Shroud lockdown.
Shroud is in the middle of the open, though. A little bit difficult for them to actually go in for the rescue, especially now you have the entirety of FRL taking firm control over the top end. It's going to take a while, but a lot of smokes have already been popped up in the area where Shroud's currently kneeling, but it should be doable. It's just that Myth Clan is going to be extra careful when it comes down to this form of pursuit. Bozo now notices that there's going to be one member of Myth Clan very close by, as they will try to actually play a little bit more defensive. Meanwhile, push is coming in from the side of Red Esports. They left Ruins to close in on towards Bantai, and Holy Lanju is already locking out the bridge, trying to get more of these members from the side of AI Esports. Master Vape does have a vehicle to move around, so you'll hop on that Ronnie, but there's still one more by the corner of rocks. So it's going to be an all-around trade across the map from the central area all the way down to the west side. But it still remains to be 62 players for now. A little bit of a long-range tap, and it will basically catch Master Vape with a great spray of the M4.
Well, that is one down. A couple more to go. On the other end, Jashi senses someone there on the other end of the bridge. Moy knows that Zizak behind this building. Holy Lanju together with him. But Moy is going to hold this high ground on this rooftop position first just to get a vantage point. While Trust Me scopes out, Jashi moves away.
Great coverage coming from inside of Moy, but it's still not enough to actually take down Zizak. 2 members down, and Zizak's doing it all alone. He gets 3 on the process. AI Esports can count on this man to basically run the full mile. But Jipna's the only one left. And he's just basically running through the river and won't be through the crosshairs of Naughty Boy. Honestly, there's not much that he can basically do. He's stranded right now, needing to pick up this fight. He has to win Naughty Boy in order to proceed. But Grenade is slowly chipping down his health bars, and honestly, the more time that they give AI Esports, the quicker that this will basically go out.
Oh man, Jipna, nowhere to go. If he moves behind, it will be an open space. And AI Esports, they're closing in onto him. And we can see here, trust me, he's coming in from behind. He sees him. Spray coming. Oh, but Chipla fights back. And it was to secure the elimination point.
My goodness. Such a tense battle between these two squads. And now it's going to be a 1 versus 2 scenario. But it won't be for long. Sizak will be able to close in on him. And he will get those 3-pointers on the block for AI Esports. A solid start, but losing 2 in the process. I would still say that it is very decent, but if they were actually careful enough, the 3 members would still be intact. Meanwhile, 2-on-4 Akira, they heard those gunshots, and eventually, these 4 members might actually go after the side of AI Esports, while the circle slowly closes over onto Sami as well as Camp Charlie. We see Harame Bros moving into the Charlie sector. They might actually go in for the full challenge against See You Soon Tiger KE.
I just want to point out that the Flash Vision made a substitution today. Papa J substituted out, and Shakir is playing in the lineup. Now we move on over to 214 Akira, just above Ruins. Needs to find a way to get across into the Ruins Island. Looks like they're going to take a detour instead.
Just respecting a little bit of the territory control, although they may have actually not had the full intel on the side of AI Esports. It does only have 2 members left. So 2-on-4 Akira, they're not willing to take that form of risk. There's still multiple variants of ways that they could cut across. There is another tiny bridge just by what we call the L houses, which could be another different passage that they could utilize. Meanwhile, it's a gridlock situation over on top side of the hill where FRL and MIFClan, they have still not concluded this fight. FRL only lost 1 member in the process. Same goes to the side of MIFClan. Grenade now lobbed in. EZK and the rest of MIFClan looking to push inbound. And I'm not sure if they can basically hold for long. They got to be careful of their steps. I mean, MIFClan, the moment that they step out of line, there's going to be shots from the top side of the hill.
Well, at least for MIFClan, they do have an off-angle person. But same goes for FRL as well. So it's kind of 50-50 between 2. Baby Harry keeping an eye from the top, while Pozo is in the building, being some sort of bait by moving around. But I guess MIFClan, they kind of know that someone's watching from the top, so they're not making the big moves yet.
EZK, he's just going to wait till these teams are forced to move out. So they will basically subscribe into this long-term duel with the rest of FRL. Hopefully they don't take way too long because GE is also moving around these sectors, but they are much closer to Enigma. Enigma has been holding on to this ground for the longest of time. Now that GE is on foot, they could basically set an ambush from multiple directions, but Murnat Boy with this fight will be able to crash right into the villages. Koopa's going to be on the wall, so he will be the front line of engagement. Damage now being done, and Murnat Boy tries to actually take one down, but it's going to be Spooky that goes for 1-for-1 trade. Caps Luck going to be down on the ground. Well, on the other side, it's going to be a big nade that did connect. Great work coming from Murnat.
Wow, that nade came all the way from downtown. But now Coca-Cola needs to retreat behind. Needs to take care of himself. Spooky for the cover fire, but Murnat knocked down by Koopa. Beautiful shot. Both of these teams no longer within the zone. They have about 35 more seconds, and Koopa tries to get another knockdown onto the member of Genesis Esports who got Smile behind the wall. Smile, looking to help, gets a jump shot in onto Koopa. Nicely executed.
What a great timing on that jump shot as well. Like, he basically wait till he needs to go in for a little bit more of a reload, and he timed it perfectly. Now, GE, they will be able to resuscitate Murnat Boy for now. And Enigma, they've lost 2 in the process. They are giving them a little bit more spacing. So GE, they still come in with the same ferocity heading into day 2, week 2. And whoa, another beautiful nade coming from Murnat.
Wow.
2 times already in this matchup.
Genesis Esports, they're blowing things up literally right now. Murnat in the building, looking for his next target. Together with Ichi joining him because Smile on the other side as well as Sai. Knockdown, but the trade back by Murnat will finish off the last member of Enigma, eliminating them at number 15.
It's so unfortunate for the side of Myth Clan. And also for Enigma, I mean, they were really being held into some really tough areas for the side of Myth Clan. But as for GE, man, these guys, when they say push, they really push until the enemies falter.
Oh, circle time goes towards the Ruins Island, as what we expected. And we got a good amount of teams still on the main peninsula, including MFG and FRL locked out just outside of Kuwari. And STE will be joining them as well. So we got 3 teams going to rumble to get into the circle.
A very good pacing of rotation from the teams. Well, we do have MFG shredding out members inside of Stranger Esports. Strangers Esports really did very well back in the first day of this week, but this is not the way they really want to go out. The quarter now over on lower ground. Now trying to push ahead against the side of Akira, but there's not enough members to book out. And 2-1-4 Akira wrap things up swiftly.
Oh, that's another team eliminated. So 12 teams left. We're at stage 3. 2-1 for Akira. Now in the circle, they have time to reset. And if we look at the minimap, nobody's in front of them, so they can still move further forward. But as we move over to another area, we do see here Genesis Esports. After that fight with Enigma, they still maintain a full squad. STE could be the next target if they reveal themselves.
At the same time, well, of course, all these fights are taking place all across the map. I've got to give a shout out to production for also showing us the total results on that small little pop-up when teams do have any form of eliminations. Now it's also updated with the total points that they have acquired back in day 1. GOT7 now firmly planted into the shacks, controlling the central area. The only downside towards that position is that they won't be able to have a great view over onto the northern side because these huts don't really allow any of a vision over onto the back. So they will be able to get a glimpse of the side of Harame Bros, but other than that, it's not going to be all too much for them, but it's definitely going to be the place for them to acquire and hold onto the late game. But over on the Painan, teams are trying to cut across, and they will have to deal with GE. Strangers Esports and FRL, of course, having some of the members being weakened from early battle, they really have to be careful of what GE has in store for them.
Oh, and Astro X from Austria Esports knocked down by the zone, only leaving them with 1 active player now. And what you mentioned, Genesis Esports now, they have an idea that FRL is in front of them. Shots fired into FRL. FRL held down as we see Austria Esports, the number 1 team, eliminated.
Oh boy. Rough start, but they did manage to secure 2 points out of FRL. Couldn't really manage to cut across with the watch coming in from Yumzai. And he's going to be able to spot another hiding into another different corner of the hut. Well, see you soon. They're going to be just across these houses where they're going to be pushing by the members inside of PvE, forcing them to retreat all the way towards the back. PvE still has 3 members. They can retaliate, but they will give this space away. As see you soon, seemingly to have more members to play for.
Oh, nade onto the other side. So let's see who will win this. It is 3v4. I also want to point out that where GE was at in Painan, they actually left out 1 member from FRL in the building behind them. And that's why... okay. No. Oh, that person is from STE, I believe. So, yeah, I hope that it doesn't become a backstabber later on towards GE.
Yeah, hopefully so, but it should be something that they will be able to deal with much later on. And for now, see you soon. Just establishing the control. But eventually they will have to push through because the zone is already shrinking. And GE now are on a hot pursuit against the rest of 2-1-4 Akira, pushing up the hill. A little bit of damage being done towards the side of H2R, it seems. Other than that, they're just gonna give a little bit more of that wiggle room towards the side of 2-1-4 Akira and up to hit towards his Paladin side instead of pushing over on the top side. Our PUBG Smile will be able to find something in return as they do find a takedown. And Smile's going to do exactly the same.
Oh,
AI Esports slowly losing members while Gerald just hugging by the corner tree, sees a glimpse of defeat, and that will be him just struggling to even get anywhere out of there.
Oh, nicely done. Just need to show a knee to Boyshawn and he'll take him down. Gerald on his knees now. Momboy together with Rymor is going to be the last two members of Playbook Esports alive. Momboy with his vantage point within the circle. He does have the advantage, but the incoming "see you soon" is coming onto him. Gotta be careful not to be headshotted. Boyshawn knows that he's on top of there, but they need to get a clear vision. The smoke isn't really helping them.
Momboy, as much as he's got the really good spot to actually seek them out, all these smokes really give them just about enough coverage for the time being. The rest of the use push is true. They're gonna be exposed for only a little bit, bringing down Boyshawn. Great tags coming out of Momboy. AI Esports eliminated by all these teams out there is we see a little bit more of that retaliation, but not too much though for the rest of SYS. PBE survives, all thanks to Momboy.
Yeah, Momboy's key position gave them that victory. Now we move over to 214 Akira. In the fight against Justice Esports, Master Ichi knocked down by Wako. Smile shoots from the side, not able to get a knockdown to anyone. Instead, Smile knocked down by Wako. Instead, Wako double knockdown. Wako gets the third one. Can he get the fourth one right now? He should swap out with his other teammates because he's low right now. Genesis Esports loses the fight, and Wako got 3 of them.
A total wipeout coming in with great control of the spray, and at the very same time, every member of the side of GE were just hugging by that corner of the wall, which really leaves them exposed to the attacks coming in from the side of Wako. Now with GE being shut down, we're going to be looking into the top 5 teams that are still on board. MFG have great complete mastery of playing inside Sanhok. Now moving into this top 5 with 6 elimination points. 12 for Akira still coming in from the north point as well, while Harame Bros slowly getting tagged out. There's not much of the spacing available for them, and MFG also has to make a move, so don't really have much time. They got to be on the move.
Yahiko knocked down. They should be able to be saved. They are together in the other building, but they are not in the circle. Back onto Playbook Esports. Meeting up with their compatriots from the Philippines, Harame Bros just below. They do have an idea that Harame Bros is somewhere below the MFG on the other side. But I guess the next factor that will force them to move is going to be the circle by Yaka. Sponsor MM for Harame Bros.
Yaka trying to actually open up a little bit more spacing at the very same time, taking out members inside of Harame Bros in the process, where GOT7 is also going to chime in. Not a good place to be for the side of Harame, as each one of these members are slowly being chipped away, but MFG is also getting pinned by the side of PBE. They're just by the edge of it. They still have to move away from this area, but he's looking for Caleb, but not enough time to do so. Ryman's going to be able to pin them all out.
Next circle goes up north. So Playbook Esports needs to go, but Harame Bros need to be dealt with first. Playbook Esports, they can still send one of the players into the circle. Now sneaking about on the other side, we got 214 Akira here in action against GOT7.
More of these nades coming in from the side of Rankit. He's got 3 grenades to blow into the building. Gonna be a tough position, but Rankit still finds Nyapikal. Oh boy, what can Amura do right now? KS is so far away. Amura's the next one to fall. This whole hut is being compromised by these massive nades by Rankit. Now he's gonna be able to secure all the pointers out there. Harame Bros could not outlast the final few areas of play, where PPE has been really suppressing the other Filipino squad. Now they get that easy access from the back of the hill, slowly closing into the shack. So this is going to be a little bit more straightforward in the battle. A 3v1v1, and perhaps 2 members still remains for the side of Akira.
Oh, only 2 teams in the circle now as Playbook Esports approaches them. They do have the numbers advantage. Playbook Esports coming to the side where KS is at. KS is all alone. And we can see Gerald's moving to that house where KS is still hiding in. KS stands up, shoots. Now he reveals his position.
All alone, trying to actually see if he can basically get a glimpse. He flips a 4x scope onto the DBS for a little bit more accuracy if you need any more of it. But here comes a double push. swift work coming from PBE as they're looking to close out this chicken dinner. 2 members left for the side of 214 Akira. Can they actually fight back against PBE, who's all directly in the center? So this is definitely going to be a brawl out between the 2 PH squads to claim the big chicken dinner of the day.
Well, again, it's going to be Ranked going up against his ex-teammates in Playbook Esports. You can win them to get the chicken dinner. Man, he'll be the happiest of the bunch, but he don't have the numbers. He only has Wako together with him, but the last we saw Wako in action. He took down 3 from Genesis Esports. So this guy definitely has something. He has the fire in him in this round, but the numbers still favor on Playbook Esports. But if you look at the zone, looks like a 50-50 between the 2.
PBE now wait for a push already, having Wako on the lookout from afar. Now the double push is definitely working well, taking down Ranked. 1-for-1 exchange. Now it's all down to Wako. If he's selling for can he do it again? He's now exiting a little bit for that area play. Damage still being done, and Wako brought down. Playbook Esports secures the first win of day 2.
And it's Playbook Esports with their own first chicken dinner in week number 2. Amazing stuff by Playbook Esports. They won fight after fight after fight to get into the circle, and then the final fight, it was kind of 50-50 based on how the circle is. It's just that they have the man advantage to take over 214 Akira.
Yeah, and I would also say that they really knew how to guard the location really well from the south side of the hill, because how many teams have they managed to actually acquire in the process? You got MFG being taken out, you have the rest of Harame Bros that was actually there for the longest of time, and eventually when the circle kept shifting, it really leaves no spacing, and that hill really was the best spot to be able to secure all these massive points for the side of PBE. So we'll definitely see, how many points have they been able to acquire here in the very first map.
Yes, let's check out the highlights from the previous round just to be sure on the stats in a little bit more. 11 eliminations from Playbook Esports, and this round started off pretty chill. Everyone has their own spot, no very early fight. But the moment teams have looted themselves, they started to move. That's where we start to see the first fight that involves FRL at some point. But this fight that we can see here on screen, GE and Enigma. This is GE executing to perfection with that jump shot from Smile.
Yeah, it was just very clean and precise coming in from Mernat Boy on those grenades that really opened up all the spacing. And after that, GE continues on to Rampage in Hainan. But the moment that they try to basically move over on the hillside is where commotion happens. SYS have been able to keep the PBE pretty much held at gunpoint, but till this very moment, it was Momboy that have managed to save the day and also rescuing some of all these members that were taken it out earlier on. And after that revive, you see them really getting all the space that they required to close out the chicken dinner. And it was unfortunate for GE. They run into the side of 214 Akira and really have no space to play.
Oh, this is a nice bounce of a nade by Ranked there to secure the 2 knocks from his opponent. And when Playbook Esports came, like what you said, from the hill going down, they needed to focus onto that house that has that last player from FRL, and they managed to secure that win easily. But towards the end, yeah, it was almost I wouldn't say almost, but okay, it was quite a close for Wako, really, who's the MVP for this match. And I must say, his highlight moment, though, is during the fight with Genesis Esports, where he single-handedly took down 3 players from Genesis Esports, allowing his team to follow up with the 4th elimination on the Genesis for them to win that fight.
Yeah, and I think that's a way to prove your point to all the teams on the block that 214 Akira ain't just playing games, they're here to dominate even the toughest opponents. GE always had immense firepower, and Wako single-handedly delivered them out of the lobby.
Yeah, Wako with his brilliance earlier on, that was some good stuff there. Looking forward to see more of his performance coming up, and he also lasted towards the end of this round. It was just that a little bit unfortunate that they were outnumbered by PBE. If PBE had the same number of players, maybe it's a 2v2, then the result might be different. But anyway, the result is as it is. It's okay. And we still can't take away the glory, the chicken dinner, out of the hands of PBE, who scored 11 eliminations in their first chicken dinner week number 2.
That's right, folks. And PBE, they have been working really hard back in day 1 with a lot of elimination points. And this time, they have the best of both worlds. The points that tallies up to 11 eliminations, and also with the chicken dinner giving themselves 21 points overall. So Playbook Esports definitely are onto something. Last week, they were within the top 4, top 5 ratios, and now I think they are definitely poised for that number 1 spot. They will still have to chase up against Austria Esports, but this is a really, really good start for the Filipino team.
Yes, good start for them, opening up the chicken dinner for today. And they do need it though, because you gotta think about it. Playbook Esports, they were kind of caught out by Young Giganticals last week, so I'm sure they wouldn't want that to happen again this week. They want to keep their momentum up and hopefully be able to catch the number 1. Because if we look at how the status of the number 1 team of last week, Justice Esports, they weren't as hot as last week.
Yeah, they're not really in the best of position for this moment, but eventually we'll see YG get there nevertheless. But inside of this map of Sanhok, the critical close is all the way to the south side, and certain teams did struggle to get into the area. But we see plenty of battles, and therefore the stats does witness a total of 22 revives in this short span of time. And of all things, this is 3 airdrops that has been able to provide them with enough firepower to last around.
Yeah, 3 airdrops still able to be looted, despite like the circle is I wouldn't say it's the toughest, but it's kind of average. It moved towards the Ruins Island, so a medium-sized island. Yet teams still are able to loot up 3 inside of this small map, which is kind of pretty okay, I must say. And we still have a number of players eliminated by the zone. That's like 7 players eliminated by the zone, and I totally understand that, because if you have to cross over to a particular island, it's never easy.
Not at all. And now let's take a look at the stats that we have for our first game. First, with a win going over to PBE, 2-1 Akira has been able to acquire 10 total eliminations, but followed by that, you look at MFG as well as GE, they really do rack up a lot of significant points in the terms of elimination, each of them having 7 eliminations to book out, whereas Harame Bros, they did last pretty long and only acquired 3 elimination points. That's 7 points for themselves, while GOT7 comes in with 6, AI Esports at 5, and 5 for STKE.
Yeah, but the tough one is again Flash Vision Esports, 0 points again. It feels like this week seems to be a bit more harder as compared to last week, at least as of now. They still have time to bounce back, but the more they don't do that bounce back, the further they go away in terms of the gap to catch up with the others.
Yeah, it's really challenging as we see more and more of all these teams really going all out for that number 1 spot. PBE with the chicken dinner now closes the gap with only 10 more points to chase against Austria Esports, while MFG is still within that range in the top 3, which sees the most significant improvement from any team compared to week 1. Now, Harame Bro with the 56 points puts them at 4th place, while YG is still within contestant range with a top 5 finish of 42 points.
Yeah, look at this, right? On the other end, Flash Vision Esports, only 2 points after 5 matches. No rank points at all, so it's definitely something you need to work on with, especially when it comes to the rank points department. Other than that, since Austria Esports, they went up fairly early this time. Playbook Esports with the chicken dinner, they caught up with a gap of only 10 points now between the two. So Austria Esports, you gotta be wary of their competition now. If not, they will lose the throne.
Yeah, and they really gotta keep an eye out for a lot of all these advancements coming from multi-direction as well. I think like from the look of GE, they did look to be a little bit hasty on the push because they are just slightly on the outskirts, and then they had to make very drastic decisions that really put them into very tough positions to be, and 2-1 for Akira rightfully punishes the side of GE for that. So hopefully, for GE, they can basically bounce back out of this. But the better map has always been Erangel, and Erangel's coming up right after this.
Yes, Erangel will be next. And if we recap on the Erangel matches yesterday, for Austria Esports, they got 2 of the chicken dinners inside of Erangel. So that's a sign there, ladies and gentlemen, that could be the bounce back map for Austria Esports later on. But of course, it's not only about the stats, they really need to work it through. So let's see if Austria Esports can do it. All you guys at home, to put in your support for your favorite team in the comment section, because that will definitely give them that extra boost coming into the following match.
That's right, ladies and gents. We're going to be heading out for a break, but we'll be back real soon. See you guys after this.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia. This is Contra here alongside with Sir Cloud as we bring you all the action. And we've already seen back in game 1 where PBE is now giving chase to the rest of Asia Esports, currently positioning in second place. We'll see whether or not will they be able to close in with another chicken dinner to close the gap between them as well as the top 1 team on the block.
But of course, we are going into Erangel after this, and based on the data yesterday, the 2 chicken dinners that was inside Erangel, was taken by Austria Esports. So they do have a good hand inside of that map. So based on the data, based on the stats, it does give them a good advantage. But you never know, right? Maybe like teams would have research on whatever happened yesterday, they'll readapt today and they'll do a lot better. And let's not forget, yesterday there was a tough circle to play with too.
Yeah, absolutely difficult for a majority of the players to actually cope with the round that was running. But, you know, a brand new day will give them different kind of circumstances. So I still think that it's going to be still very much doable for a majority of these teams. And by now, with so many circles moving into the south side of the island, you see much quicker responses for these squads in order to get themselves very ready early on. So with that said, we're just going to see how they're going to fare as we now will continue on with the same grouping of A, B, D, as well as E.
Yes, so Group C again is still going to take a break. They'll be back in the following round that consists of Younger Galacticos, Exquisite Esports, Time to Quick, and APG Esports. And I'll be looking forward to see APG come back after their a good performance yesterday, especially the map Erangel where they fought with 3 teams and they won all of them. So can't wait to see them in action today. But of course, after this is going to be the focus for all these teams, and we still have Austria Esports in this map.
That's right. So with Austria Esports playing into the upcoming matches, I think they still have a lot more of all these variances where they really have to ensure that, you know, they don't really want to be locking down with this team inside the island when they pick up a fight, because they usually do have very solid control coming from the south, even when it comes down to them trying to cut across into the mainland of play. Usually they won't be stopped in the early game, so try as they may, we'll see what will happen by then. But with a lot of all these instances of even, you know, zones around Gatka, we'll see a lot of potential of all these teams to be playing more towards that central area. But, you know, we'll just have to see what happens in the game later on. But what's happening inside of your PUBG Mobile client is that we're having this promo going on. With first dropping it only at 10 UC, you can grab your hands on this set of the Drag Rain MK14 that comes with plenty of effects like Loot Crate, Elimination Broadcast, and on-hit effects that will await you. This will only last until the end of this week, so make sure you grab it fast before time runs out on the 9th of March.
Yes, and the first draw is only 10 UC, so you guys can check it out inside the game. Do drop in your 10 UC at least. I can assure you that, well, I can't assure you because it's a draw, right? But what I can assure you is that it's only 10 UC. Yeah, and we have a friend who got the MK40 with only 10 UC. So if he can, you probably can too.
That's right. And we're just going to see if you guys can also land your hands on the Serpent Gleam set, which is available till the end of the month almost. But of course, it's just going to be until the 21st of March. So make sure you guys get this one if you guys are big fans of playing with the AWM.
Yeah, this one is a beautiful set. I personally am a fan of purple color sets. So this is called the Serpent Gleam. It's in the game for a limited amount of time until the 21st of March. So if you get the AWM, you can also get it together with the Loot Crate, Elimination Broadcast, and on-hit effect. So again, log on to the game. The first draw it's only at 10 UC. And if you could get lucky, maybe 10 UC and you get the MK14, 10 UC to get the AWM, I mean, it's a steal.
Absolutely, and now we're just gonna be getting ourselves back into what we're here for, all these matches that will be happening, and with pretty much all on the line for a lot of all these teams to acquire, especially for, the teams that are at the bottom right now needing to make advancements. Myth Clan definitely has a really rough run here back in week 1. They were still doing decently in the middle of the pack, but now they're really sliding over on the bottom, just next to FV at 19 spot. So they definitely have to pick up the slack and really return to some of the, well, I would even say winning ways, because Myth Clan have been able to win a couple rounds before. But I gotta say, some of these teams, they look like they just missed out on one full day of action. So it's time to wake up and really get the engines running.
Yeah, I can see that they are trying by making changes into the lineup. They've been swapping in and out some players. They've been resting a couple of players. So let's see if that brings back their momentum as what we have seen last week. Got to give them some time. But it's also perhaps a domino effect, like I call it, right? Because it's a new week. Teams change their strategy, change their drop spots, and a lot of other factors. And that may be kind of affected them. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping on to Erangel. This is match number 2 in week number 2.
That's right, as we carry on with all these teams setting themselves up for success. We'll see what will happen, because all of these matches in Erangel have always been a little bit chaotic with the very difficult circles to play out. So with this in mind, this first flight will begin over onto more of the southern plain, but it will start off from Milta Power all the way to Quarry. Most of the areas are still pretty much within reach, so we won't expect too much of all these early city contests for most part.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't really see much contests, at least yesterday during the early stage of Erangel, especially for one of those hot drop spots. Unless if it's like, okay, I go there, I want to grab a vehicle, I happen to bump into another team, then maybe. But if inside of a drop spot, we haven't seen that just yet. Unless a team would want to change their strategy, that is possible. But looking over at the early drops, I don't see any of it. Even for Playbook Esports, they drop somewhere in the area of Mansion to grab a vehicle to go up to Starbuck, Kameshki, where they normally drop. So they're going to avoid early fights as well. And Circle happen to be on the right side. So for Playbook Esports especially, it's going to be an easy entry from the north to the south.
A lot of these teams would basically have the same sort of assumption that it will still be around Milta Power, but we're definitely keeping our eyes peeled out for the battle over on Lumber Hills, because that is going to be a really good spot for them to hold on to. Same goes to Shelter, where we see a lot more of all these fights that have taken place around that region. So teams have to be very swift on the move in this match.
Yeah, we can see the team here that was on the move on screen earlier on, Flash Vision. The team that really needs to bounce back here. They are in the pickle right now with only 2 points after a full day of matches yesterday and also game number 1 today. So Flash Vision looking at you guys to not only get the chicken dinner, but also bounce back in total.
Yeah, and we're just hoping that, if they were going to be going on fights, they will be able to acquire at least a few lump sum of it before bowing out. Whereas certain squads that have attempted and also won a whole lot of all these trades yesterday in Erangel, I gotta say APG was really setting up with a massive performance, alongside with even some of all these members of FRL. They've been doing really well for this week, and it's all really starting to show that this squad really does have what it takes to be in the finals.
Yes, but of course, it's not a free pass, right? You still need to work it out, and there's also another week next week. So anything can happen, especially if you look at like teams like Osha Esports starting to bounce back. FRL as well, big bounce back by them so far. Even I must say, like MFG is doing not too bad, because if we look at like last week, MFG they were number 12, so now they are up there. So with this rising teams, that would naturally push other teams down. So nobody is safe.
Nobody is safe. I absolutely agree with that, because you could be good for one game and then the next you could even crash out at 16. That's how the intensity goes in some of all these matchups. Where when we look into even GE, the Kings of Week 1 are really starting to feel a little bit more of that fatigue, it seems. But I think like they're still handling it quite stably. So it's all about needing to process all these kind of stuff that they've done right back in the first weekend. What's really going on in this week?
Yeah, as long as GE don't fall into the second half of Peach 2, I think they will still be all right. But if they somehow do, then they also put themselves in a form of risk. So far, GE ain't that bad, I must say, but they haven't been as explosive as before. And I noticed that the comment sections are kind of missing the performance of GE last week.
Yeah, and last week's performance was a masterclass. This week, I think like they're slowly tuning their engine into something different, because if you are looking for improvement, you also want to try certain different strategies in order to work things out. But eventually they'll be on track. So I wouldn't be too concerned, because 20 points for the first week of bonus, that's massive, you know? So they will basically ensure that by the end of the run, they would still be there in the grand finals, to say the least.
Yes, I am confident they'll be the grand finals, frankly speaking. It's just that mathematically, there is still that possibility. So I'm not going to rule it out based on the math, but realistically, I don't think they'll miss out. But for teams that have that risk of missing out, a high risk at this moment, Flash Vision, I think, is quite a clear one. APG, they're still in the middle, so they could still survive. Another one I must say is God of Death 7 or God 7. They ended up in number 17 last week. So as of now, they are number 14. And this is another team I would say at risk, because a lot of times when we see when it comes to fights, they don't normally win fights, which is worrying.
Yeah, I do think that they always do significant damages in certain fights, and sometimes they do find themselves somewhere in the middle of the pack in each respective round, hitting to at least stage 4 or stage 5. But sometimes there are certain opportunities that they didn't really take good advantage of that really puts them slightly behind on points. I do see a good potential for God7 to really get a lot more out of this week. But meanwhile, of course, we have a little bit of focus on the bridge here. Enigma and GE. Once again, Locking Horns, they really wasn't happy about what happened back inside of Sanhok. And Bernat, he didn't really know that there is going to be somebody over onto the end. And now he will. Shots now being fired. Bernat brought down. Needs a little bit of recovery coming from Yumzai, but he will be taken out first and foremost. But the shots are now being fired back. Koopa taking one member out so early on, really disrupting the pace of GE's rotation.
Yeah, now Zai is caught up between Koopa as well as Caps on the other side. Nowhere for him to go. He has to win the fight on either side first. Nate from Zai tries to take down Koopa. But at the same time, he has to manage behind. That's how he pop up a smoke to block off the vision from behind. But now Koopa will focus on the Zai. Zai dancing around, getting closer and closer to Koopa. Koopa with the short range nade. And then they did land on the Zai. Damage him a little bit. Koopa's being shot at as well and knocked down by Zai at the end.
Work rate coming in from Zai. And now Cap's luck. He's going to be able to find even more. That will eliminate Master Ichi with the flank angles. Now that's going to be a singular member that's currently surviving for the side of Enigma, while going in for a little bit of a pickup, trying to actually get a little bit of elevation shots. Yumzai, the only one healthy or enough to basically go in for a flank, as Smile watches from the bridge. Now, Caps Lock tries to actually make his way across. He hears the engines. Now he will take a little bit of pit stop. We'll have to basically conclude this fight this early on. A little bit of a commotion between these two teams. And I guess like this is just a start of another season of bitter rivalry between the two. Enigma has been there from the get-go, and now even another fight happening, breaking loose. It's gonna be FV against SYS. It's only Arab that's gonna be holding down the line for now. Let's see how much more could they basically pull out here, because Arab is all alone, and Zero will make sure that FV walks away with 0 points.
And that means that Flash Vision remains as a 2-pointer team this week, as of now. And we got Zai back in action. We got Smart coming in as well. Just as Esports, 2 players. And they're on the outside circle, tapping away the Smart with the M16. Putting pressure on the Spooky. Spooky, very, very low now. Second time around, Smile will make sure it wipes the smile off of Spooky.
That only leaves one member outside of Enigma, and there's just no way that Enigma is going to be able to even get anywhere nearby for the save. But Caps Luck, fencing opportunities to either break their vehicles or even try to take down both of the members of GE is still pretty much a possibility. I say possibility, but look at that. The pan has been whipped out. 2 times in a row, clashing from Sanhok all the way into this particular map. And it really benefits neither one of these squads, honestly, because there's still a long game to go.
Yeah, they're just cancelling out each other at this point. But they got Zai and Smile, and for Enigma, it's only Caps left. We're back onto Caps on screen right now. Trying to fight against the 2 members of Genesis Esports. He does have a distance between the 2. With a Scout L in hand, time 3 scope. That should be good enough for him to hold on to them. But you just need to be careful of any headshots onto him.
Going to be holding to this area until the zone closes in. So that zone damage will basically give a little bit more pressure for the side of GE to make advancements. And just looking at the bullets, he's still got 2 more extra clips to go before he runs out. That's going to be a PP. He's Bison on the secondary weapon that's not going to be as effective as his Scar L for now. But we will take a look at other potential fights as well. Dread Esports now overlooking the House of Champions, I call it. Usually within this warehouse, you have all the accolades, even if you look at mobile or even PC. You'll get a little bit more of a glimpse. Whereas the Quarter now firmly planted indoors, they're just going to be holding this area for a very, very long time until they need to move out. As the circle slowly closes upon the areas of shelter, you see more of these squads to be within the areas of play. And I don't think that this nade's going to do much for the side of Moy. It's such a big warehouse. They can basically hug each corner wall and remain to be safe.
Look at the circle, goes up to... This is a very familiar circle. We've seen this a couple of times now in this PMCL. So it should be a familiar ground for these teams to play with Myth Clan in the circle on that high ground. So I guess that's kind of like a nice position to be in. I'm a fan of that area if you're able to get up there first. So that's a good spot to be able to spot out the rotations from the other teams. And in case any other team want to hike up, they can be the first one to try to stop them from coming up.
Yeah, as you see, the current focal point is also going to be Prison, other than the Lumber Hills, where Prison is an interesting spot, right? If you're going to be inside of Prison, literally, it is what it is. You are locked in, because there's majority of the players that will be playing over on the top side of the hill to really get a little bit more of that vantage point across shelter, across the Lumber Hills. So no team really want to take those compound inside of Prison, even if the circle is there. Who knows if it's going to close all the way in and force them to go to Prison instead. But Cyzak's going to be able to find one. Save goes to Skynin. Everybody's picking the pieces right now as the rotations are being set. Shirame Bros now slowly traverse their way, opting to take one step at a time, gatekeeping some of these squads out there. And we're going to see the Dread Esports as well as STKE now flushes in. huge Molotov now burning the health bars, but Rage, he's undeterred. He's still pushing through. He spots out the rest of them hiding right behind the walls. And now cooking up a big one. This might actually find them all. Let's see if it actually happens. Brings out a little bit of a health bar. Looking to actually break open the door, but he actually gets pinned instead. He has to run in. Oh, Rage! Just having an awkward scenario, but he will still be able to find Zero in return.
Oh, now second floor, we have Kaya there. Federales knows where he is. Kayla will shoot from the other side. See you soon, only left with Boy Shot now. Boy Shot, finish off the John. So TV to deny with a point. Federales will come in and wipe him out. They managed to deny one, but they will finish off by none other than Harame Bros.
Harame Bros just have a clearer idea of how to basically cut in from all corners of this compound, as they've been able to reach some of all these safety net from the field of views of SYS, and they were all tunneled in, so nothing much that SYS could basically do about that. Well, GOT7 looking over the outskirts here, having one member being knocked down, still needing resuscitations, and GOT7 will not have the opportunity to even go in for the revive with a run-in coming from Astro X. Asia Esports looking to secure a lot more, slowly taking down. KS going to go off of the map as Asia make sure they wipe them off all to the ground.
And look at the elimination feed right now. Dread Esports in the fight against FRL somewhere else. As for GOT7, only 2 players alive. Circle-wise, it moves towards the right. So the Lumber Hill, as like you always call it, MILF Clan, we need to move forward. But if we look at the south side where MILF Clan is at, they should have a clear entry into the circle. Most of the fights might happen within the middle or from the right side at least.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot over onto the west side, especially in open spacing, but for Dread Esports, they're saying, no open spacing for us, we're just going to move into shelter. Now they have to look for the other side of the exit in order to not be attacked by the rest of Harame Bros. A little bit of a camp out session for the side of Dread Esports at the very least, but PBE, they got big fish to fry. It was the winners from the side of Sanhok, and they will have to return for cutting right in. Akira now drops through, and they're just going to find a little bit of that pepper spray going across. Michi now cooking up a big grenade as the rest of 1-4 pushing through. And Scotty is going to be able to find one while Michi really holds down the line, taking down Rankin in the process.
Nice one there, but one more to go. On the other side, as below them, they have Opti 2K to deal with as well. Raimon taking an off-angle approach, long-range spray by Opti 2K. It does damage. Raimon forced to turn back. But now because he's alone, it's going to be hard for him to pick. He has to move away.
They really just have to leave them be now and really play for positioning. Oh, no. Now losing a tire as well to GOT7's Nyapikao. And he's just reached another hut, but the door is open wide for Murav to pick that one up. GOT7 surviving to tell the tale from the wrath of Austria earlier on. But Red Esports is the next one to eventually be clipped out, as Harame Bros have already covered the other side of the entry of shelter. Red now in the predicament, only with Jipna over on the back.
Jipna, they don't seem to know that he's there. The smoke is covering him. He might be able to surprise Harame Bros. Range is on his knees, scoping out. He sees MM, waiting for him to take the shot, waiting for a good clear shot. MM moves away just in time.
Safe from harm's way only for a moment before AI Esports basically give a little bit more of a pressure over the top side of the hill. But they are also sending a member to scout out ahead to see if there's going to be open spacing, because 10 seconds from now, we're going to see the circle update once more. MM's going to stay put. He knows that there's still opportunity for points. And he will be seeking out for Jipna, while member remaining, going for the reload, and Sizek will be able to secure the point. Well, trust me, he's going to be on the outskirts. He's going to go in for a quick pickup. Mid-plan so far, no points whatsoever, as they have been holding out to the Lumber Hills for the longest time. But it's time for them to eventually move further across prison grounds in order to seek for a little bit more advantages.
That's what we discussed earlier on regarding Myth Clan's position. Straightforward entry by them, but they do have this high ground still. Chris spotted out by DZ, and now he knows that eyes onto him. How he's going to climb up now is going to be a big problem for TQ.
TQ having a very slow starter to the Erangel rounds here, only having 2 members left, and no points being acquired so far. Strangers Esports in the prime spot of getting a lot more being done, because if you look at the circle, it does close in directly to prison, and they are taking firm control over onto the north of the minimap. And this spot on the hill will eventually see more and more teams swarm in, but teams are being extremely careful how they approach this, while Austria having 2 members taken out by Opti.
Ooh, Opti 2K secures 1 in the pocket. But the ones below him, okay, one of them still active, I believe. Okay, yes, Dewey is there. So he will save Red Bull. So 2 Thai players representing Austria Esports right now back in action. Time is on their side. Dewey needs to go up, but he immediately gets taken down by Wako.
There's just a lot of all these gunners overlooking the hill. Nowhere is going to be safe from the wrath of STE later on. And then once Myth Clan joins in, this is just not going to be any of an easy entry for whoever survives this battle. More grenades now. Gui's got so much work. He managed to pick up Red Bull, and now Red Bull needs to do the same, but he's just going to try to run away. Nowhere to run, and will be shut off by 2-1 for Akira. A clean sweep coming in for the winners of Sanhok. But as we continue with the journey, MFG with this firm consistency now takes on Stranger Esports.
Yeah, now we got Scotty here, smoking up onto the left side. Scotty is alone. Oh no, nowhere to go. Vehicle might be blown up soon. He cannot stay nearby the vehicle. Scotty tries to hide behind the tree. 2 nades onto him. None of them landed. Unknown trying to find a different angle. This should land on the Scotty. Naded down by the unknown.
Oh boy, Strangers Esports. I thought it would be able to hold on for much longer than that, but MFG, they have found their position to be pretty much out in the open. Not much of a coverage to be done. And Unknown seemingly getting that Dacia into a different spot. While MM and the rest of Harame Bro, they're on the further side of the hill, going in for exchanges against AI Esports, but haven't been able to get too much out of that. Look at GE, they're still alive and having Smile directly in the center.
Wow, somehow he managed to slide onto the middle of that circle. And look at this, everyone else, it's quite a gap with him. So there is a possibility that he could do the West. He could stay alive until his 2nd place, like what West did last week in Miramar.
It's very, very doable. They've only gotten 3 elimination points. I think like that's about enough if you move into a top 4 to still retain some significance in this matchup. But in terms of firepower, of course, Small can do a lot of damage, but by himself against all these squad of trees, it's not going to be easy at all. So, Myth Clan have made it this far into stage 6, but have not really been proactively seeking out for opportunities. Well, trust me, need to find a way to push up the hill against Harame Bro. So we're about to see the battle taking place real soon.
Here we go, Myth Clan now finally in action after a quiet round. Trying to stop 2-1 for Akira for coming in. Red Kid moving towards the left side. These 2 are trying to get away as well. DZ lands a shot onto the vehicle, but both of them are still A-OK. But for Myth Clan, they're going to make sure that does not happen any longer.
DZK.
Oh!
Blown out to smithereens. Trout will still try to actually salvage whatever he can from that positioning, but when we look into the position of Myth Clan, they're all being spread pretty wide to try to take on the rest of 2-4 Akira. Huge nade, but not enough to actually take anybody's life for now. Shroud just about the edge of the blowout, as he will still be taken out by Yahiko. MFG rampaging in this match alongside with Harame Bros. these two squads are just furious with all these form of fights that they've been taking, and Harame Bros, they basically can run the full mile to get that chicken dinner here in this matchup if nobody can contest them from that top point of the hill.
Nade from Yahiko from the top, sent over to the other side where 2-1 for Akira is at. And we got 2-1 for Akira, a couple of them still lack there, but teams are starting to get closer. 2-1 for Akira, need to be careful of another team behind them as well. That is Smith Clan, they're being sandwiched by two teams at this point.
So difficult for them to actually move out. 2-1 for Akira. It's got to be dodging this big nade, but they'll be able to keep themselves intact for now. All the high firepower units are in play right now. GE somehow still surviving. No attention being drawn for the side of Smile just yet, but Harame Bros slowly looking forward. And MFG has got a lot of spacing being created, but not really having the firm opportunity to strike. But stage 7 will appear. We'll see who gets the advantage of the circle.
Go Kayla with the high ground advantage. Harame Bros now, look at this, they only have 12 eliminations. They only need like 5 more before they can break the record of 16 held by Genesis Esports and Osha Esports. As Harame Bros try to take that number with them, they try to eliminate the members of Myth Clan, and Unknown try to steal away points as well from Opti 2K.
It's pretty much stuck by the corner of the UAZ, excuse me. And he's just gonna hug in there tightly. Opti still managed to basically get that hit shot, bringing Yahiko down. One more member off of the side of MFG, leaving only Unknown to play for. Now, this basically opens up so much opportunities for Harame Bros to really get the chicken dinner with the man's advantage. Although mid-clan has the same numbers, look at that. They have not gotten anything so far.
Yeah, not yet after all that work. But the numbers are dwindling down for them, but still enough bodies for them to break their own record, or break the record now of 16 eliminations in a single round. Anyway, for Harame Bros and Mam cooking up this day. This day could be huge now. Sent across onto the other side, but 2-1 for Akira loses H2R. So MM failed to get it.
He's just gonna go for another try. He's still got a total of 3 grenades to utilize, make it 2. And he's not even gonna be moving too far off. Easy K has no chance to even dodge that while he's being prone on the ground. So Easy does it. MM makes it 13.
MM still with the high ground, but he got a knockdown, but not able to secure the elimination point just yet. So let's see who gets it. Oh, MM gets it finally, taking out Easy. So that is another point in the back right now. 13. 4 more to go for Harame Bros.
Smile now, still looking around. MM's just driving past him. Whereas on the back, you see the quarter also trying to squeeze into the circle. Now Smile, once in on the action as he spots out MM very close by, drops one big grenade. MM though, just a tickle of health bar left for him to actually get a knock. So 1 for Akira now goes into 6th position with decent records of elimination points. That's a total of 7 that has been acquired for 2-1 for Akira this round.
Okay, here we go. Circle, move towards the area where Smile is at, so you don't really need to move. But for MFG, we got Unknown here. Sneaking behind Smile. Smile could be surprised. It's probably going to be a matter of time unless somebody gives him the clue that his opponent is just right behind him.
Well, they could basically continue to lurk and hopefully eventually find the perfect angles to eliminate squads off. Or should I just say solo units by now? Everybody is playing solo except for Myth Clan as well as Harame Bros. DZ going for the challenge, does some decent damage towards the side of Unknown. 1 HP left. Can he actually get it? Yes, he can. Dizzy ensures that Myth Clan survives and makes it into the top 4 here. But here comes Taylor. He will take him down, and that only leaves Joseph behind.
Now for Harame Bros, if they want to break the record of 60 eliminations, they have to eliminate all of them, not allowing anyone to be taken out by someone else. Kayla will be the one to try to make sure that they secure maximum elimination points with the nade. First nade did not take out anyone just yet. Joseph still behind the tree. Kayla with another nade. That should do the trick if it lands onto Joseph. Nade not arriving. Joseph still alright.
At least for the side of Harame Bro, they have been able to know that there is one squad right there. But where is the other two? They have no idea where GE is at. And yes, indeed, for GE, they're really relying on Small to bring it all the way home. This is very possible now, especially with Harame only having 2 members left, that these teams can actually fight. But the problem is, there's more than enough spacing to work out with. And now we'll slowly close into stage 9. So no matter what happens, these teams will have to go in for a brawl. Flashbang out of nowhere. And I guess like they just got to throw everything, including kitchen sink, off their backs right now. Federalis over on the top side. The top squeezing by the edge. A little bit of a slow burner between all of the squads remaining. But no matter what happens, these 3 teams will not be able to match up the points with Harame Bros, even with a chicken dinner. Because that's 14 points. If Harame Bros gets it, that's more than 24 that they acquire by the end of the run.
Oh, let's see if Harame Bros can wrap things up. 2 players active. They do have the numbers, but not necessarily it's theirs until the business is done. The top tosses out Neon to the left side, senses out someone there, but right behind the 2 members of Harame Bros are waiting. He has that 1 frag grenade left, while Smile is staying put, waiting for the elimination feed to move before he gets into action.
He's running out of boosters as well. And Smile now getting spotted out, damage being done. Federalis takes out the top. GE as well as MiFclan makes it into the top 3. Federalis now knows that it's going to be Smile on the edges. Pushes coming in from the ball top. He will have to fight back, and he will be able to make a run for it, but there's only so much that he can do. Federalis looking for the final point, and it's going to be Harame Bro closing out with a bang.
With a bang, literally, and also now they are the holders of the most eliminations in a single round. That is 17 eliminations with the chicken dinner, brought to you by none other than Harame Bros.
Beautiful, beautiful work from start all the way to finish. How many fights that they've been basically taking on. We've seen them going up against SYS, and then you have everybody else on the hill that was absolutely being wiped out by all these members of Harame Bros. Now, I'm really intrigued by, some of these decision-making coming from MiFclan. I think, in the decision-making of securing the final zone, great. But when you are in that perfect position, you should take advantage of getting more elimination points, which MiFclan decided to play very, very safely.
Well, they focus onto the teams trying to get up to the hill, I believe. And if you put a lot of focus there, then on the other side, you kind of let go a little bit. But I kind of understand as well, because you have the advantage against the teams that are trying to come up. So might as well use the advantage to yourself, right? So I guess they still did decently well, I must say. And considering that MiFclan has been having a bumpy ride, this round is not too bad.
Yeah, especially for the side of GE, right? They got caught up by this bridge fight and they lost 2 in the process. And eventually, Smile has to play all alone in this matchup. Enigma did not survive as long as GE did, but I think that form of a pressure really starting to put some dent towards GE's potential to actually rack up the maximum points that they want to.
And look at this highlights from the previous round. The circle, I would say, went to a familiar place again. We have seen this kind of circle a couple of times. But what the Harame Bros did was they fought from, I wouldn't say the outer side, but they went into the circle fairly fast. And when they were there, they need to fight against other teams trying to take over their position. They did really well. They fought 1 by 1 to get up to the peak of this hill. And when they were there, the other teams were still kind of busy on the right side, and that's where they had the positional advantage with the circle happened to be on their side.
Yeah, and when we look at the Harame Bros, they were taking on AI Esports and eventually closed in on some of the members of MiFclan. And After that, there's really no contest at all to the team that just acquired that chicken dinner because they just basically ensured that every region over onto the edges have already been compromised by each respective member's placement, and Federales once again will be your MVP of the match.
Wow, out of 17 eliminations, this guy got 9 of them. That is more than half. Federales is back, ladies and gentlemen, and maybe, perhaps, I'm just putting out maybe, this guy is the top eliminator of week number 1. I wouldn't be surprised by now.
Yeah, he is not only a machine, he is the machine to really rack up every single points out there to claim. And you just look at his work rate, right? Like, he has been so precise. Sure, the damage numbers might not be the highest of it all for this MVP run, but he's been so effective into making sure that he will be able to pick up whoever is going to be running past him.
Yeah, and who needs assist, right? If you can secure the elimination points. So that is why it all matters. You get the points in, even if it's a KS, even if it's a finisher, that's absolutely fine because it's still the points that matters. Now, overall as a team, they got 70 elimination points with 2,681 damage. And if you gotta think about it, this amount of eliminations with this amount of damage, I would say it's efficiency because normally we would see more than 3,000 for this sort of number.
Yeah, this is just a lot of all these teams that were already in the midst of battle, and some of them were also tanking out blue zones, which makes things a little bit more efficient for the side of Harame Bros. So 17 elimination points have been pretty much one of the higher records that have been being set by the side of Harame Bros. Still looking to break the streak, and we are definitely keeping our eyes on HB on how far will they go, because now that definitely puts them back on track on to taking the number 1 spot. We still got PB as well as Asia's records to check out to see whether or not have they been able to do so.
Yeah, I want to see how close they are in the overalls later on. But before we get on to the overall of them overall, we're going to see the points collected from this round, ladies and gentlemen. And no doubt, for Harame Bros, they have the most points, but do other teams come close when at the top 4? I don't think so, because when we saw the top 4, they didn't really have that many eliminations.
Yeah, I don't think that they have as much as Harame Bros does, because these guys have been really going in for fights from start to finish, whereas, you know, you look at teams like Akira, they take only necessary fights when they need to. And I would still say that the PH region, they're definitely showing up with a lot of great Terminators out there. Very huge potential for them to eventually get one for Federales to be, you know, the overall Terminator of the league at this rate. So let's take a look at the match standings right now, as Harame Bro will be first getting that number 1 spot. MFG have been also slowly gathering all those points because they were playing from the northern side, and this still shows that MFG have been consistently putting those double-digit points per round, while GE survived to tell the tale, moving into the top 3 with 9 points, tying it with 2-1 for Akira.
Yes, and as we can see here, Austria Esports is an okay round for them with 6 points. Everything came from elimination points, no rank points for Austria Esports. On the other hand, however, we got 2 teams not getting anything at all. That is FRL, and unfortunately again, Flash Vision. That means after all those games played from yesterday till 2 games today, they are still only at 2 points.
Yeah, it's been really, really rough, and I'm not even certain of what to make of it anymore, because I think that the chances are of them really to get out of 20th spot is so slim if they continue on this momentum. If they do get a chicken dinner, however, within today, then maybe they will be in the middle of the pack. If we look into the table right now, the ones that are around 11th spot, it has only 29 points to book out. So we'll see later on. But Harame Bros, they will claim that number 1 spot away from Asia with an extra 3-pointer. Of course, they work out really hard to get to where they need to be. MFG now third position with PBE on fourth, and we see a little bit of gap between fourth all the way to fifth with 214 Akira with 46 points.
Yeah, that's quite a gap there that you pointed out. Playbook Esports at 214 Akira with that gap, and they have played the same amount of matches. Interesting enough for Young Galacticos, although they have 42 points, but they have 2 games in hand, and they're the only team that has played 5 matches in page number 1. So the potential of them going up further, a top 3, is definitely there.
Yeah, and speaking of Yangon Galacticos, they will be joining us right after this because that will be our final round in Erangel, and Yangon Galacticos will also play for the upcoming matches of Miramar to conclude the night as well. So I wonder if they're just going to be able to really put up big performances like how PB has done it, Harame Bros have done it for today. So far we're looking at a PH domination. It's really time we bring the boys from the Burmese boys from YG back on track. So we'll see what will they be able to do, and also we're seeing whether or not can GE recover from a little bit of that momentum loss from the past week.
Yeah, it's an okay recovery there by GE because Smile, he was really quiet in the middle for the longest time, so he almost did the West. It's just that they didn't manage to get as many elimination points, so their total points weren't that much, but you know, slowly but surely, right? So let's see if they can bounce back again further in the following rounds. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be taking a short break, so do not go anywhere. We'll see you guys after this for round number 3.
Let's go boom. Let's go boom.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gents, as we're preparing ourselves for our upcoming match heading into Erangel. This is the PMCL Southeast Asia. Of course, with me always is going to be Sir Cloud, and my name's Contra. I hope you guys are enjoying what you guys are seeing so far. If you do like what you're seeing, go ahead, hit that subscribe, hit that follow button, like button, anywhere you guys are watching from, and keep up to speed with all the latest happenings here in PUBG Mobile Esports. So, with that said, 2 chicken dinners have already been claimed by PH, and we're going to see whether if Myanmar, Cambodia, Singapore can do the same.
Yeah, and the record has been broken by Harami Bros as well. Now, the number has changed to 17 eliminations in a single round. That is going to be the number to beat. But before we head on to our game, let's introduce Group C into our lineup.
That's right, Group C now will consist of Yangon Galacticos, Exquisite Esports, Time 2 Quick Esports, and APG Esports to be playing in this matchup. Whereas, we're going to be seeing a Group D that will be taking a little bit of a rest before they come back for Miramar, and that will basically include some of your favorite teams that are going to be in that group that will be, of course, not getting points for now, but later on they will. That is going to be Playbook Esports, the quarter. See you soon, Tiger KE, and God of Death 7 that won't be in the match.
Yes, so with the inclusion of a Group C, this will be interesting though, because APG Esports is the team that during the start of the show, I mentioned that I'm interested to see how they're going to perform today, because yesterday they fought with 3 teams back to back inside of Erangel and they won their fights. And they had a decent day, I must say. So let's see if they can bring the momentum to today.
Yeah, hopefully they will be able to do so. I mean, YG, they have always been the staple name from Myanmar. Of course, the Burmese side have been able to even play in some of all these global runs back in the olden days of PUBG Mobile's era. But now with, changes into the roster, they are still looking relatively strong. So still plenty of match for them to play out for. So if we look into this whole circuit of the PMCL with a lot of all these golden era teams, Austria still has, some DNA coming in from the Orange Esports Cambodia squad back in the days, and up till today, we still see that pretty much existing very well, especially here in week 2, although it was a slow burner for week 1.
Yeah, I mean, week 1 is like the warm-up round for a lot of teams. Well, as any other gamer, right, if like you don't do well, the excuse is always like, we're warming up. Okay, fine. Okay, let's take week 1 as the warm-up round or warm-up week. Week 2, this is where we see a lot of teams stepping it up, and even records have been broken. 3 chicken dinners in a day yesterday, and Harami Rose coming in with 17 eliminations with the chicken dinner. I mean, yeah, teams are really putting up the heat.
Yeah, and on top of that, new challenges have arrived, especially in the form of MFG, now really showing what they have got in return. Now, full seasons back, we have not really seen some of all these names coming in from MFG as an organization, but these players, definitely some of you guys are already familiar with, if you guys have been following the Burmese scene that has been pretty much packed with a lot of all these talents that are really eager to make their moves. And even when we look into all these names like GE, they are definitely the names that have always stayed true to this roster, and I would say this form of stability is not done overnight. It's been years that they've been playing every step of the way in order to be in such a good position, right? So I'm just looking at all these newer names on the block really putting up same level of performance. It's been really showing the level of quality that we have here in the match.
Well, speaking about quality, we do have quality skins for you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor set, currently available inside the game. Available only for a very limited amount of time, and time is closing up, ladies and gentlemen, until the 9th of March only. New upgradable firearm Jack Rain is available together with the set MK14 upgrade that comes together with the loot crate, elimination broadcast, and on-hit effect. So do not miss out this opportunity. The first draw is only at a 10 UC.
That's right, affordable enough for you to acquire something that is limited edition, and you won't be seeing this in the store right after the end of the week. And what you can still get your hands on is also the Serpent Gleam set that is the new guild set that is currently available all the way up to the 21st of March. So if you guys are a fan of AWM, I suggest you guys go ahead, search this one up, because it's absolutely beautiful with all the effects that you can basically get in the game.
Yes, it's until, again, a limited amount of time, until the 21st of March only. And this allows you to upgrade the AWM, and also together with a loot crate, the elimination broadcast, and on-hit effect. All you need to do, log into your game as usual. You can see it inside the game. Your first draw is only a 10 UC. We will continue to remind all of you of these promotions until every single one of you have gotten these sets. So if you want to stop us from talking about it anymore, make sure every single one of you gets it.
That's right. And now, of course, we'll take a pause from the promos as we will be getting our way into the game. So, a lot of all these pressure from the side of these squads to really accumulate points. Now, we're going to be also looking not only at the top spot, although, of course, it's always exciting to see who really races for the number one spot and claim those bonus points by the end of the week. But if we look into the opposite side, I mean, bottom of the barrel squads, I think FV, they're really not getting anything out of these matches. 2 points in, like, what? This is the second day so far. And, like, how much longer will they need to struggle with this current form? Because I'm not seeing, new ideas being brought to play. It's always been the early game skirmishes that really brought them down. Like, maybe change drop spots entirely and do something absolutely different and make sure the shot callings are efficient in order to actually get more of it. Because if they're not really getting any more points, I would dare say from today up to tomorrow, the chances are already out.
Yeah, unless, assuming that they end the week at number 20, right? Unless they get like number 1 next week, maybe they might be safe. And that's even just a maybe, right? Because it depends on how the other teams fare. And officially at this moment, they are the only team to still have 2 digits. I mean, they are the only team to still have 1 digit in terms of points collected. Even God of Death 7 have gotten 13 points. That's 2 digits. So I don't know, man. Flash Vision, they haven't even been able to break into the top 10 this week in any of their matches.
Yeah, and previous week, only towards the weekend, we start to see them getting a few more points on the block. I hope that's not going to be the case, because by weekend, you will have, all these teams who are basically desperately racing to the finish line with high elimination volumes to really be that sort of team to start seeking for points. And you don't want to be in that position, because why? Other teams will not respect you the same way and think that you're a lesser team. So that they will basically put that pressure on you. And by then, I think that is where, there's nothing much that can be done.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to leave it to like towards the end of the week when the gap is already there. We're starting to see that gap now. They have an 11-point gap with God of Death 7. So 11-point gap, yeah, still sure. Yeah, 1 round you can still swap it up with your closest opponent. But if this remains by the end of the week, God of Death 7, Myth Clan, these are the teams down there, they will continue to collect points. And how are you going to catch up to the points by that? It's going to be really, really hard. So I do hope that they can make a comeback and make it big. Come up with their own chicken dinner. Because again, my wish is by the end of this season, every team would have gotten their own chicken dinner poster.
Yeah, I would say that we're almost there. We just need, FD to, give a little bit more impact in the match. And yeah, I guess like your wish may eventually be granted. But if we also look into the middle of the league, right? Like the last update that I checked out, like a lot of the teams are within that touching distance all the way from, I dare say, 8 all until 16 or even 17. Everyone's around 30 to 20 pointers, which, every single round we'll see interchanges where nothing has been set in stone yet, and without any form of a concreteness within these positions, it really boils down to wins by chicken dinner in order to set some of these guys apart in between. So I guess the performances, I would say some are performing above average. Like we look at Dread Esports so far, first round they've already gotten 3rd placement with a lot of elimination points that has been acquired in that particular round. But other than that was for yesterday. But when it comes down to today, we're looking at an average of 2 elimination points per round or so. That's mediocre, I would say.
And I think one of the main contributors to that is because of a lot of the points were taken up by teams at the top. So it feels like the same situation as last week. Our top 4 teams, the gap was quite big as compared to the 5th team. This time around, at least as of now, it's about the same case. Like what you pointed out earlier on, number 4 and number 5 have quite a gap. To be exact, it's now 19 points gap. So it's quite a gap, right? And that just shows that a lot of points being pulled out on top, meaning that in the middle pack to below, the points are seemingly not that much, but it also means that the gap is not that big as well. So that gives a lot of chance for teams in the middle to swap in and swap out. But the interesting part is that for the top 4 teams, the only one that is still in the top 4 now versus the top 4 last week is Harame Bros and PBE. The 2 other teams that have been swapped out is Young Galacticos and GE. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, and it's really interesting if we keep our eyes peeled out for their advancements coming into week 2, especially now with this really huge motivation for them to push. We'll see how far they can go. Meanwhile, I want to see more proactivity. I don't want one whole squad camping by the lumber kill and then just playing for positioning point when you have the best position possible. Go out, hunt players down, get those submission points because it's always up for grabs. Now, of course, we're ready for our Erangel in about less than a minute. So, anything that you have thoughts on before we start the match?
Well, my thought is that I really want to see teams on page 2 do well. So looking forward to that. Hopefully they'll be able to come in with a banger of a performance. And also I'll be interested to see, I guess, again, it's Flash Vision. I know we've been talking about them a lot, but I genuinely do want to see them do well and score something out of this. And like what you said, go out and find eliminations because at this point, what is the worst that can happen, right? You're already at number 20. You might as well go for it.
Yep. And here we go into the match. We'll see which team will frag it all the way out and challenge Harame Bros, Asia, MFG, as well as PBE. These guys are currently sitting very pretty at the top, but I know YG, they've been hungry for the games as they've been resting for, 2 rounds in a row. Now we head over to our 3rd match of the day as the flight kicks off from the side of 70, heading into Milton Power. Now, it's seemingly a trend that the circle has been going a little bit more towards Shelter Prison Mansion. So some people call it SPM in short. But will it happen again for 2 games in a row? We'll have to see. Especially with this flight path, I guess that there might just be changes in the form of drops for certain teams. But as for YG, they will claim what is theirs, the south side of George.
Well, since there are already enough circles on the main peninsula, it's time to go back to main 30 base. Mr. Circle, looking at you now. It's time to go back there. I know the players won't like it, but we do. So there are more of us, including the viewers. So grant us that main 30 base circle. Come on.
Hopefully so. This will definitely be very, very challenging for them. As for GE, it's just gonna be same business as usual. And I think they heard you.
Well, I know. Thank you very much. You guys in the comment section can thank me later. As we look onto the action here, and we have Flash Vision against Young Galacticos, stealing their vehicle away. Will they be able to get to safety? Long range full pressure onto them. They try to get across. As long as they can cut across, they'll be fine. Loki! Close one. They should be okay now. Oh, wait, no!
Oh!
Wow!
What? And that's from a sniper! WTZ shot him off with the M24! And I believe that's an Ironside M24! Holy smoke!
Just
what?
When you thought
How?
They got away. Hopes and dreams all shattered, they say.
That's insane! Do you know how hard it is to pull off an M24 shot on a moving vehicle? That's crazy!
Yeah, that's why they're playing and we're watching them. So that's the reason, guys. That's the reason. If not, we'll be playing ourselves. But anyway, so now we have a challenger in Novo STE challenging Genesis Esports.
STE playing capture the bottom side as the rest of Strangers Esports are starting to actually close in. Don't want to do this all alone, but he's got the S12K in his hands to actually clear things up. Well, newbie instantly being flushed out. Pure defense coming in from the side of GE. And they definitely have been shaken with another shot beautifully done from the side of Yumzai. Well, they could go on for days. I mean, if Stranger Esports is just going to run in without any form of, throwables or retaliation, it's going to be a lot more straightforward in this fight.
I mean, I know GE hasn't had the best of week so far, but they are still GE. And for Stranger Esports to challenge them in Novo, this is real interesting. But I do understand why as well, because the flight path passed by Rosal. So they might think that GE went there. But nope, GE still went to Novo. So this is where the clash happens. So all they need to do is nothing much, because Skadi is down. One more to go on the other end of Novo.
And this is why they are the kings of Novo, right? Like, nobody could ever contest GE in this space. SDE will have to make their way out of the city for making a really poor decision to kick things off. But inside of Lipopka, we finally see a little bit of battle inside of the city. This quiet town have not seen all too much. TTQ, first team to bow out, and that is going to be points going to Myth Clan, which is so vital for them, because even finishing on second place last round, they only got 1 elimination point. Myth Clan now adds 4 more to the block with a good head start, and they can start making their journey into the island.
It's too bad for Time to Quick though. This is their debut match today, but they became the first team to go out. So I'm not able to see much of them, obviously. I guess they'll be taking an extended break. Plus, we do have an extended break after this round. So it's a long wait for TTQ.
Yeah, a little bit of a dinner time for these guys out there, but because they're here for that chicken dinner first. Caps finds Isaac. One member out from the side of AI Esports, as Enigma has been executing the same plan from the last game. This time, we'll be denying the entry into the island instead. Enigma successfully does so with those 2 points acquired against AI Esports.
Yeah, AI Esports only left with Naughty Boy and still caught on the other side, not even inside military base yet. They still have this circle, but likely they will not have it. So I don't know what's plan B right now. Maybe try to get a boat from Milta to cut across if it's available.
Yeah, potentially that, or, just basically wait it all out and go for a late drive. That could still be a way out of it. You wait from the side of Exquisite. Possibly has heard some shots coming in to the city of Paka, and now one's in. Trying to gatekeep some of all these movements of the side of spots, while Yue tries to deter Shroud from moving along. Good damage being done. Only 1 HP left for the side of Shroud. That still survives to tell the tale.
Yeah, that was a close one there. Spray onto him, but still A-OK. But now Exquisite and Myth Clan exchanging fire from afar. But both of them still in prison, not in the circle yet. Myth Clan, they cannot spend too much time here. But at least they have a good start. They got 4 elimination points. So they are on the roll now. Let's see if they can survive the bridge, because last we saw Enigma was there, but DZ knocked down by Planks. Now Myth Clan, gotta be careful not to lose another one.
Langs getting a little bit of an open range shots out here. Exquisite now has to be extremely careful cutting into this Milto Power Ground, because 214 Akira is also going to be around these corners. Easy K, pretty much stuck by the edges there. Myth Clan is just getting sprayed from 2 different directions. Lufa is the one that will be able to land that hit shot. And that is going to be a knock, and also a securance. Exquisite starting off really well. Still has 4 members intact, while Rankit tried to really push them away from this region of the power. 214 Akira also has to make a move into the island. They don't really want to be all too late, but first and foremost, you gotta enjoy the spoils of war, securing whatever loots that they had from the fallen player out of Myth Clan.
Making that rotation right now, and I believe that some of the teams would have learned that you don't want to spend too much time outside. You know what happened the last time? Nobody wins, so maybe this time around they try to make that faster move. But they're passing by Dread Esports, just on the right side of shelter. Dread Esports sees them. Looks like they're gonna stop. They might take this fight.
Yeah, Exquisite is trying to reposition in order to get themselves a little bit of a fight. Speaking of fight here, Asha versus Harame Bro. Oh, this is definitely going to be intense. Rage now having a grenade in hand. Tries to lob towards the side of Red Bull. Red Bull will dodge it completely. Both sides low on health, while Blanks over the back will be taking on Jashi. Huge one coming out of range as he's going to be able to pin one more member inside of Asha, leaving only two more behind. Skynin with the shots, but he's not going to be finding it with the huge grenade being popped up.
And one more to go.
Takes him down.
Chewy picking on his teammate, waiting for the Russian or waiting for the nade. We can see one cooking up. When he tosses out to the second floor. There goes that nade, but the counterfire comes in for Chewy. The jump shot by Chewy. Knocked down instead. Now Austria Esports only an Astro X managed to heal up back to 80% of health. But it's still one against the world. Astro X forced to move down because of the molly, and the moment he jumps, he goes down immediately. Harame Bros pleased with this elimination.
I just love the way that Harame Bros basically infiltrate all these compounds. The way that they do so is just so fast, so decisive into making all these teams eventually tap out. You saw the way that they toss the grenades, the way that they've been able to read the room so well, have been able to guard them those clean points, and none of their members falter. That's the most important part, so that they can keep on going for more fights heading into the island. Now, does cover a little bit of ground over onto the river, so teams can still buy a little bit more time, but can't really say the same too much about Myth Clan because they are doing it very slowly, still inside Lipovka.
And we still have Enigma and Genesis Esports, but this time the advantage is given to Genesis Esports since the circle is down south. So it's Enigma's call at some point. But the good news for Enigma is that they still have that circle. They can still hold, expecting other teams to come by and probably to pick up a couple of points. But at some point in the game, they need to move across the bridge. That's where Genesis Esports will say, hello, my friend.
Yeah, and it's just something that will happen one way or another, where GE, we don't really see too much of them here all too early. They only wiped out the squad inside of Novo, and that's quite about it, right? Because GE, they're basically playing to win this time around. Once again, a little bit of a home ground advantage for the side of GE, whereas, I was surprised that Aja decides to go into the mainland when they could have actually basically docked into military base to start doing that.
Oh, nice shot there by Renkid. Tries to get the second one. Koopa is behind him. His teammate is on his knees. Koopa! Beautiful knockdown by Renkid. Two long-range knocks back-to-back by the man himself.
And he's just gonna go in for more, boasting the gun in hand, slowly ticking him off. That's one more secured from the side of 214 Akira. Whereas Caps Luck is just driving through the distance. Enigma, seeing them run like this is just very peculiar because they're the ones that usually would subscribe to a fight for very long. I think that Wako is just going to be... Caps Lock is just looking for any form of utilities that he could basically gather before they try their luck into getting into the island. And look at this. This is just going to be split into the river and the land of the island. So it can only mean one thing. Everybody now get to the direction of GE.
Oh yeah, GE will be like rubbing their hands right now. Enigma, 2-1 Akira, Exquisite still on the right side of the bridge. Potentially could go there, and GE can set up a trap for them. Not only that, Mernat is just beside an airdrop. He probably looted that, so that's an extra if He did.
Yeah, it really will amp up the firepower for the side of GE, being in the best position possible. Whereas, we take a look at the squads there on the outskirts, and lo and behold, Dread Esports now driving by the side of FRL that has been hiding around these corners. Joseph is also around here. I mean, what's this meeting about? I mean, it better be something of an emergency because they really gotta be quick about this.
Those spray coming in from Baby Harry, almost getting one. There was a close one. Moy knocked down by Pazzo. FRL now with a man advantage still, but they're spending time in the blue, looking over their utilities. Pozo as 2 first aid still pretty decent, but on his opponent, Moy on his knees. Nobody is close enough to save him.
So far away, Pozo just slowly cutting out members of the side of Dread Esports. Over on the back, I mean, I'm looking at Myth Clan's existence here, not too far off, to be quite the bait for the side of Dread Esports as well. Well, I guess like they wouldn't be seen all too much. FRL just trying to really tank it out. Yaka's gonna find one, and MFG adds more pointers on the block while taking them down through the bridge. Now, the problem of being on the west side of the bridge is that, you know, it's still devoured by the blue. So MFG, they will eventually have to leave and to tank all the damage.
Ranzer now chasing away his opponents. Making their move is going to be Dread Esports. Pozo shoots from behind, tries to get Jipna. Jipna is okay. Nice race across. Let's see who can get past by this bridge. Dread Esports will be the first one to get across, but they need to find refuge after that. Gotta be careful because Young Gaticos will be waiting by the edge of the circle.
A little bit of a tough position for these teams to basically go up against YG because they do have the elevated heals. Speaking of which, MFG, they are forced into this position, and you can already look at the health bars slowly being chipped off with the pressure coming in from the squad.
Jashi taken out by the zone. Oh no, it's not good news for him. Pozo as well. Stage 4 zone. It's just too painful. Young Gatico circling around. Now they want to find another location to be in, but look at this. There are teams trying to stop them. Young Gaticos, Renzer right in front. And Renzer now caught out by the beach. Loki cooking up this thing. He has 4 needs to launch against Renzer.
He's going to be able to do so, and admittedly, he doesn't even need the nade. He will be able to land the shot. Cute Loki, man, this guy is absolutely lethal. If he keeps doing it like this, he can actually chase up to be one of the Terminators out there. Yango Galacticos, impressive as always, while on the side of MFG, slowly getting a little bit more room for themselves, but they will need to stray away from locking into a fight with YG.
YG circling around still on the lower ground, but I think that's okay. At least they keep themselves checked for stage 5. But YG, like what you said, Loki, long range knock. That could be an opening for them. Loki now needs to heal up. His other teammates need to back off as they are moving by the beach. I wonder where they want to go because by the beach you don't have much cover. There'll be a little bit of a risk there if they're there. Oh, flash vision. Number 10, but that also means that still no points for them.
No points at all, and right now, Unknown really tries to hold it down against YG. Because they know for a fact that YG is not really in the best of position possible. Loki still has the firepower to book out though. So, a very dangerous spot for cute Loki for the time being. Well, Mernat Boy going in fishing if he can. Drives by the beach, and there will be a little bit of pressure coming in from the side of Lufa. A sniper that basically played internationally before. We'll go in for a little bit of long-range challenge, but Smile, he's driving in to basically take the fight in his hands.
Oh, Smile couldn't get across, but he's letting the blue do its work. And yes, true enough. Now it's all about securing that elimination point, but he can take his time, not going to be an issue. Lufa. Whoa, Smile. He actually took down Lufa with a vehicle, but interesting enough, that would leave XQS, only Nathan in the water now.
Yeah, seemingly a little bit problematic for now to even get out of the waters. Somehow this is in this matchup. But GE, look at them go. Already having 8 points to be acquired if they do get this one in the back. Stroll has really got to swim a little bit faster than that. But circle advantage now given over the side of APG. Won't be too hard for the side of GG. Now with Stranger Esports with that singular member still trying to stay intact. Shroud now being knocked down. I mean, he can only swim and eventually sink.
Yeah, no way to be safe though. We can see that Joseph is up north in the circle. So he definitely won't want to go and save Shroud. He wouldn't want to put himself at risk like that. He might as well stay put and try to place more placements. But Yango Radical surrounding him. Okay, it's fight time for Joseph. Get the first knockdown. 2 more to go. Say Club comes in. And it's just too much for him to handle.
A lot too much, I must say. And at the moment, it seems like Matons has been able to actually catch a member of the side of GE. Although playing all by himself, will be able to at least give a little bit of pressure from the back from the side of Genesis Esports. He would be able to at least get whatever is being left over by the fallen member of GE at the moment. Whereas, shots now coming from up the hills as the rest of Harame Bros are also taking a little bit of range against some of the members of Dread Esports as well as GE.
Oh, I really love the position of Harame Bros now. Taking up the high ground within the circle with the full squad. You can do wonders in this position with this amount of players still active. And one of them is to try to keep out Genesis Esports.
Yeah, and basically they kind of got themselves into this position. They were fancying their chances by the river and really left out a lot of room for Harame Bros. And also for the fact that Austria Esports did not really drop inside of the military base, that kind of opened up even more of that space. And of course, we saw what happened to Austria Esports. They were taken out rather early by Harame Bros.
Yeah, Harame Bros now with 5 eliminations. Looking really strong again this round. Despite they drop into the main peninsula. Oh, Nathan docked himself. But the moment he did, got eliminated. So not that many points with 8th place and 3 eliminations.
Yeah, the struggle is absolutely real. But we will have to move along here as the rest of Harame Bros still out for Master Ichi out in the smoke. A little bit harder to actually spot him out, I would say, in release. But for what it's worth, they will continue on with the pressure. GE is not going to be able to move all too much. So it's going to take a while getting into position. But as the game progresses, we're going to keep an eye out for YG as well, because the other corner seems to be a little bit more quiet after that standoff against MFG. And YG, I think that they are having a little bit more room to at least cope with the pressure, but they don't have the circle, so they'll have to find an alternative plan to cut across, or basically just overwhelm STE, take over that position, and they will be good to go.
Well, if they can, because GE now has the off angle against them, probably even Jipna. So it's not really about managing 6-2-3, but also the rest of the other players around. So yeah, it's going to be quite tough for Young Radicals, I must say, with this whole circle. And let's see here. I'll be interested to see actually what happens to APG after this. There will be a likely fight between them and Harame Bros.
Definitely. This will be about the zone eventually forcing them to actually pick up this fight. And speaking of which, shots are already being fired towards the side of Federalis. Oh, such a tough angle for them to work with, and at the same time, just having so much of a coverage for them to even climb up the hill against Harame Bros. Harame definitely has the better advantage here.
Here we go. Federalis still keeping Genesis Esports out. The blue will do its work, but Federalis will need to move as well. Vehicle on the outside, grabbing it. Now it's time for him to go. WTZ knocked down somewhere else and finished off by none other than MYG.
Harame Bros will seek out this
Go!
opportunity to just splat him over. And Genesis Esports really cannot counter that play. Casually just doing that to one of the top teams out here. Well, of course, we've already analyzed the situation for GE. That was a very difficult spot to play out anyways.
Now it's APG's time to defend their ground. I believe their area should be quite nice for Harame Bros. But let's see if they choose to go there. But they want to manage teams at the bottom first. As APG holding on to their ground. No eliminations yet for APG. But it's okay. They can survive. Why not?
Yeah, and it's all about getting to the finish line at the moment. And they are just basically holding out until this stage 7 appears, because that's where, it'll be on those flat grounds. And whoever still has the elevated territories will be having a happy time. APG squeezes into this late game here with a very, very good chance to win it out. But they have to deal with Harame Bros. That's not going to be all too, easy to pass.
Yeah, Harame Bros now. At least they managed to recover Federales from the knock earlier on. So they're back. And if you look at their position, based on this elevation, the teams at the bottom can't really see them. So they can truly focus on the APG. It's a matter of time till they execute it. Let's see where the circle goes in stage 7. But at the same time, Yaku Galacticos, they lost Loki to the zone.
Huh. Loki, I think he's been hugging by the corners for the longest of time, but I didn't really expect him to, bow out just like that. Of course, very tough position for them to be at. Yangon Galacticos slowly weirded away with, of course, those early pressure coming in from the MFG side. But I just really want to point this out. MFG, they do so well this week. Up till even now, they've been consistently in the top 5.
You are absolutely right. Yeah. And this round, they got themselves 6 eliminations. So, pretty nice for MFG. And they're on the opposite side of Harame Bros. So, for them to clash with each other, the chances are kind of low at this moment. And Dread, Jimda from the lower ground knocks down Kayla. Kayla caught out afar and finish off by Jimna.
More and more of all these pressures are mounting towards the side of Jimna, but he is unfazed. Just trying to actually hold out, but time is running out for him. He needs to basically hit out of the shack right now. Once again, Harame Bro sees and desists, and will take out Dread Esports, moving into the top 4 again. This could potentially be a back-to-back chicken dinner for the side of Harame, as they are having this work rate. SE finally decides that it's time to basically get on the hall, and beautiful shot from down under to clip onto exit.
Wow, the final player of STE, 762, still needs to find a way to get across. He's still on the outside. MFG knows that he's there, popping up the smoke, creating a smoke break from Federales. Will be from the top. Just got him down by the tree. Does him a favor.
Federales slowly going for those trades against APG right now. Damage now being done, but insufficient still. We're looking at a lot of all these squads who are basically trying to hug tight by the corner of the map, but Harame Bro being in the absolute center, it's just going to be seeing a little bit more of a position to play for, whereas MFG now will double down into trying to take on the rest of APG, because they really have to leave the shack anyways. So there's going to be a little bit of a wiggle room for them to eventually cut right in.
Oh, inside, knockdown, MFG now onto APG, while Harame Bros, they stay chill for now, monitoring the situation. MFG need to hike up. Sky Mel keeping an eye from behind the tree. Are they boy from another angle? Master Ricks from another angle. 3 players from APG trying to hold down MFG.
Not too sure if they will be able to seek out those opportunities, but Master Rakes, if there's going to be anyone for APG to do so, it's going to be him. Gets a little glimpse of Unknown, but not enough to actually take him down just yet. The top 3 here, each respective team still have a lot of all these members to play out for. But APG slowly getting choked out of this. And they can't really move towards the eastern side because that's where the rest of Harame Bros is at. MFG in the point position to fight for this chicken dinner, and they will slowly wear them down by the blue zone with the shots coming in from the DBS. And now, here it goes. Return fire coming in from the side of Master Rakes. Damage being done, but he will go down as he tried to cook a grenade for himself. Oh, this is looking bad for the side of APG. They were holding on for so long, but they have not gotten any elimination points thus far. And with the pressure of zone, they will eventually be depleted. There's flying shots coming through. Pushes all the way forward, but of course, APG can only get so much out of it. And now the battle is between Harame Bros and MFG.
Here we go, the grand finale here. Both teams have gotten the ticket dinner for themselves this week. Let's see who will get the next one. It's a no! From the side! Eliminating all the members of Harame Bros! And Harame Bros did a lot of work during the early stages, but towards the end, it is MFG Esports to claim it out of their hands.
Wow, what a flank that was. That definitely deserves the biggest of highlights because the members of Harame Bros thought, oh, they're just fighting by the edges. They all must be clumped up. But they did not notice that there was one member of MFG that wrapped around through the hill in order to get the perfect bird's eye vision. It must have taken them a very long time to actually cut across, and I don't think Harame Bros knew at all what was about to hit them.
Yeah. Even for us, right, it's like, oh, the moment the camera switches out, oh, there's one guy there. One straight line spray. We got a couple of them, probably got the last one as well. And that's how they wrap things up. It was just as quick as that.
Yeah. And of course, we got this highlight sniping reel to kick off our run here. And then later on, plenty of battles, especially this very interesting challenge coming from STE to move directly into Novo Repnoye, which have put them into such a tough spot because STE were losing 3 members in that process, but they still had one more member to play out in the late game. And then Austria was overwhelmed by Harame Bros, and this was the start of the streak for Harame Bros overall.
Oh yeah, taking out the number 2 team, Austria Esports, a team that was chasing them from behind. The difference, the gap of 3 points, so they were really happy to take out Austria Esports. And of course, at the right side bridge, it's always going to be Enigma there. It's just a matter of Enigma and who. Fill in the blanks. And this time it was against a 2-1 for Akira. So the right bridge congested as always still.
Yeah, and when we look into how the teams were trying to play gatekeeping, they kind of take a little bit too long until they kind of lost track of the timing to really get into a better, safer position, which, you know, MFG has taken really good advantage of because YG had their chances to deny them that from entry by the bridge. They didn't manage to deny it, and MFG really worked really hard against all these squads coming in from the western corner map. And then look at this flank. Unknown squeezes past them and just got that pure line of sight to take all of them down with a full clip.
And without a shadow of a doubt, Unknown is the MVP. Not only because of that showing, but because of his stats as well. 8 eliminations brought to the team with 755 damage. Normally, you would see the damage more than the eliminations, as in like at least the first digit, but this time, it's not. But it's okay, it's okay. If it's the finisher, if it's the one that steals away the eliminations, that's absolutely fine. Because the point is, it goes into the team's pocket.
That's right. It was a really magnificent work that they have done throughout the past couple rounds. They've on this upwards trajectory, and they managed to also deny Harame Bros advancement with another chicken dinner in the back. So record now will not be broken so far with Austria taking the most, but MFG, they are really on to something. Yesterday, they started off really strong inside of Sanhok, and then here we have them on the winning ways. A solid 13-pointer to close out the run with so much damage being put in this matchup.
Yeah, 2,341. Pretty decent, I must say, pretty decent. I think what I am even more impressed is actually the total assists. So you got 14 assists, 15 knockouts, but 13 eliminations. So they could have gotten more technically if you look at the other stats. But yep, I mean 13 is not too bad if you consider that the top number now is 17. 13, yeah, it's okay. It's pretty standard.
Yeah, and I also would say that MFG were also subscribing into very long-term battles, so especially when we saw the ones that they had with Erangel Galacticos. And to my surprise, they've been able to survive for really, really long against the side of YG. So things can only get better for the side of MFG Esports. We'll have to see more out of this squad coming into our upcoming round. But this is, once again, overall stats for the entirety of the match. When it comes down to the island endings, we will expect to see a lot more of these players to bow out outside the play zone. So 55 isn't too surprising to me, but I guess the amount of headshots that connected this match through it all, especially with all the actions happening of the rowdiness across the bridge and also the beautiful M24 shot coming in early on, this is definitely something.
Yeah, I do agree. It could have been lower in terms of total eliminations. But I guess because a lot of these teams, they focus on getting into the circle, so they take less fights on the outside. So that's why the number isn't as big as what we would thought with the sort of circle. So teams are really starting to shape up the way that they play based on what I see the data here. So we might, if we do get another main to the base circle, we might see this kind of trend continue on, because maybe these teams, they start to see that, hey, you know what, we get better results out of that.
That's right, and this is going to be the match standings for now. A couple of squads didn't manage to acquire points. I guess I don't really have to say names right now, but MFG, massive win. 23 points added to the table for themselves, and Harame Bro still going on that streak. I would still say that Harame Bro with this performance will still keep them kind of up there alongside with PBE, whereas YG, this is their first match of the day. 8 points is still pretty something for the squad, while GE has been able to keep themselves up at the 4th spot with 8 points, for the Esports with 7, APG with 6, and 4 each for STE, Exquisite, MidClan, and 214 Kira.
Yeah, followed by Enigma with 2 points, and we got FRL and AI Esports 1 point. And well, you didn't want to mention it, but I gotta say it, no points for FVE, Austria Esports, and TTQ, who make their debut today. Overall points, obviously, it's going to be Harame Bro still on top.
Yeah, but it's only by a small margin if you take a look at it. MFG is starting to really give them a heck of a chase with only 3 points of a difference, while Austria is now sitting at 80 because this round they didn't really get those points in the bag, and Harame Bro made sure that there is the gap to be created by taking them out early, and then you have PBE, who is still 1 match on a deficit, but they definitely stand a solid chance tomorrow.
Yes, and Erangel Galacticos has 2 games in hand. So you gotta think about it. They have the chance to be in the top 3 as well, based on the games in hand that they have. On the other end, of course, nothing has changed for Flash Vision Esports. Still the only team to still have a single digit, and to be exact, 2 points in 7 games. So something needs to be majorly improved.
Yep, and of course, we're not coaches to be in that position to tell them what exactly to do, but, you know, they just really have to take things maybe either a little faster or a little bit slower. It's up to decide what really works better for the squad. But anyways, that was our second match of Erangel concluded. Up next is going to be our final round of Erangel to be played out, but before that, there will be, of course, moving into a break. From what we've seen so far, I think it has remained to be very competitive on the midfield because, yeah, names are shifting everywhere, and then you see MFG really showing that they deserve to go to the grand finals and are big contenders to even big names like GE.
Yeah, I mean, just because of the reason that the points, majority of it was pulled out on top. So that's why at some point, I think it was like number 4 by now, number 5, like you could see a significant gap between the teams. All the points up there, that means in the middle pack, like there are not as many points to be collected, so the points are very close. So that allows
Yeah.
like a single round for these teams to swap in and swap out each other.
Mhm. But at the very least, you're also seeing them at least getting about 4 pointers from the last round. Like everybody gets a little bit of something. At least one good team fight have actually been won. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to do a lot better, because we're going to go on the short break. When we come back, we'll bring you into the second half of the action in PMCL Southeast Asia.
Let's go boom. 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 Let's go boom.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMCL Southeast Asia. I hope you guys have managed to get yourself some dinner as we are in for more action here with our 20 squads looking to play it out for huge wins. And Sir Cloud, of course, will be joining alongside with me through that journey. So, of course, before we left off, we saw a massive win for MFG Esports and now are vying for that top 1 position.
Yes, and they took out the Harame Bros through a beautiful flank towards the end. One spray, one clip, they're done with that. But speaking about done with that, we're done with some of the groups, and we'll be rotating the groups right now. A, B, C, and D will be in the next batch of groups coming in. That means Group E, Stranger Esports, 214 Akira, Dread Esports, and Austria Esports will be at the sidelines for this round. But the best part is that Harame Bros is still in, and they are the heavy hitters today.
Yeah, they've been really racking up a lot of elimination points, and I guess like for now, without some of all these pressure coming in from some of the players from Group E, they're just gonna be sticking to the usual. And what's interesting about this week is that with MFG as well as Harame Bro in the same group, I think like a lot of these teams are hoping to wait for Group B to sit out some of these matches so that, you know, a little bit more of all these elimination points will be distributed across the board.
Yeah, maybe because it's quite, yeah, at this moment, right, we can see consistency from some of the top teams still, so I don't know. Plus, we're going back into Erangel, a map that all these teams are familiar with, so I don't know what does it take to take away the points from the top teams right now, but I do know what does it take to take away 10 UC out of you guys by showing you this promotion.
Yeah, and this promotion is only going to run until the end of this week, so make sure you guys go ahead and draw the Dragon Emperor and Empress set, where, of course, not only the costumes are up for grabs, but also the MK14 that's glowing in gold. Other than that, of course, there is also the Sprinkling set if you guys are more of a fan of the AWM. So, of course, you can basically flex to your friends when you do have any elimination with a lot of cool effects for this brand new guild set, available till the 21st of March.
Yes, and as usual, first draw is only 10 UC. So check it out inside the game now, ladies and gentlemen. Do not miss out the opportunity. Just like how Saudi teams might miss out the opportunity if they don't get up to speed, because we are at the halfway of day number 2 in week number 2 now. The games are just running out very fast.
Yeah, it's just basically rapid fire action, round in and round out. And I would gotta say that by the time we go to Miramar, maybe the tempo will be a little bit slower, but that's also due to the fact that when we look into all these matches with Erangel, like they were being put into very difficult terrains of play, and I guess like this is the settings esports where, you know, it's always going to be difficult. You're always going to be meeting tough opponents, and you just got to make the best of every situation. So with that in mind, of course, we got less than 30 seconds before we jump into flight.
Yes, and we'll be jumping into our final Erangel for today. We saw like the circle on the mansion side in the first Erangel. The second Erangel was a military base circle. So for the final circle, well, we haven't really touched on the northern side, the Severny side, for quite a while now. So if it goes there, I guess I'll be contented with it. But I wouldn't complain if it goes again onto the military base. But we'll check that out a little bit more as we prepare ourselves for match 4.
That's right, and we will have this race going on between Harame Bros as well as MFG. No matter where they run, they will always be stuck in the same group B, in every single match. And now it's all down to how well they basically play this out. First, don't count out names like, you know, Austria Esports, even though they are not in this matchup. They got more games to play off later on in order to be contending. But wow, look at the flight path. It's not really giving too much space for some of these teams to play over north.
Yeah, it looks kind of familiar though. That will force like a PBE to drop somewhere in the middle, maybe around the area of Manchester again, grab a vehicle, go back up to Stauber and Kameshki where their normal drop spot is at. Early fights, we did see a few earlier on, and I guess that's also because of the changes of the group, and also because of it's week 2 and teams starting to change their strategy, their initial draw spots, and so on and so forth. We might see that again this time.
Yeah, very likely so. Now, I'm thinking whether or not will Strangers Esports once again contest over on the lower lane because they've done it before. And this time, it's going to be MiFclan that will be floating into the top cut eventually, so they won't be moving into the island. Now, the circle will appear around the Gatco region, very likely than not. Only small coverage into the island. G is the only one dropping into the corner of the map. So, they're going to have a lot of ample loots to play for, and we'll take a look on the bridge whether if they'll be able to cut across, because Enigma has been taking Milta for the most part, and Exquisite's not going to be too far away from them for the time being. Now, I would say of all games, this is the best chance for FVE to prove us something, because the circle will shrink towards them, and they just basically have to hold out.
Yeah, they're right in the middle of the circle, so it's the best chance. Let's see how do we make the most out of it. But we already got our first blood in this round, and Enigma lost one player. Truly isn't Enigma's day or Enigma's week if you gotta think about it. Even yesterday, they got eliminated early inside their home ground in boot camp, and the trend seems to be continuing till now.
Yeah, and I gotta say that it's been pretty decent at the very least, where some of these teams have been able to cope with the current situation. But as for APG, to me, I have been impressed on their survivability rate heading into all the matches that has been played out for most part. Last round, I think like they've managed to squeeze till a top 3 position. Things have been really good on them.
Yeah, let's see here, because the last round they did last long, but I don't think they got any eliminations. If not a 0, if not, it's only probably like 1.
Mhm.
So they got the luck of the circle, right? Well, but credit to them, of course. They managed to make it into the military base island, stood in the middle, unchallenged. Circle went on them. All they need to do is wait, and they got a top 3 finish. But this time they'll be challenged a bit more, since the circle is a bit more open on the left side where Gaka is at.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, this will be a little bit of a jostle of control later on when teams are done looting up. Shouldn't be too hard for the side of Harami Bros, because like it's just kind of next to them. No matter where the circle is, I mean, Pachinki is always given teams fairly shorter distance of traveling into getting to where they need to be, unless it's all the way down south or all the way down up north. Then that is a little bit more of a coverage for the rest of the Filipino team. Meanwhile, for the side of Yangon Galacticos, 2 extra games to be played out as compared to the rest of the competition, now playing 1 of them. And YG so far showing us a very strong run, but unable to actually close it off against the rest of MFG earlier when they were battling. Now we'll have to redeem themselves, because from Durgapol into Gatka, you will basically take good control over onto the mountain, and after that, YG will start to seize a little bit more of the spacing, slowly moving into the southern side. But MFG, they've always shared this area by taking the north point, and we've never really seen full-blown 4 versus 4 all too much between YG and MFG.
Yeah, it's they have been having a pretty okay run, but if you look at the overall points, right, like just look at the gap between them and MFG, it's like 45 points, and of course that is because like Harami Bros and MFG have been bringing in the points throughout like yesterday and today, so a lot of points were pulled up top, and it looked like okay, yeah, they are running away with it. But that also means that in the middle pack, I would also include Younger Galacticos to be in that bracket as well. The gap between them and GE is like only 2 points, and GE can easily overtake them in this round with just that small gap.
Yeah, but I would say YG, of course, with those extra matches to be played out, eventually you would still put them around the radius of PB or even at the very least, because they will need to retain this spot by not dropping out early or go out empty-handed in order to, make good use of the later games that they will play out as compared to the matches that have been played out by Harame Bros as well as MFG, which have, maximum games so far. So we'll see later on when the day comes where YG gets to play the double rounds. So got 7 and the rest of the squad now slowly looting into Rozok, but they're going to have a little bit of a company coming in from Playbook Esports later, as the quarter now moves past the fields with Ryman trying to actually stop the mob. Interesting to see the variants of vehicles that's being utilized by the side of the quarter to get here. And now, with a bunch of them cutting it closely, I think that Gerald really has to be very careful over onto the electric towers, because this is one spot that a lot of teams would like to play for.
And we got 2 of them here. But Playbook Esports seems to be uninterested now. They're leaving that area to TQ. And I think it's understandable. But nope. Looks like they just repositioned themselves and now they're fighting back. Raimon opening up the fight with the first knockdown.
Raimon now pushes in. Looking to secure the first point for the squad. PBE still pushing through, and somehow they're still trying to heal up. The quarter really has to basically fend him off, but they're really playing a little bit more passively, only throwing a couple of grenades blindly. Now that leaves a lot more room for inside of PBE to really march right through. The top being left out all alone. Shots being fired by Ryman. Eventually, we'll have Jaro to finish up the job instead. And TQ, very, very sloppy run. I mean, they were there for quite a while, but they just gave up that position. They left the top all alone. Man, this team is really struggling.
Yeah, TQ out. They have to leave that area. But if you look at it objectively, right, although their points are like only 33, but the competition around there is like 36. Not too bad to catch on to FRL, and to catch up to GE is like 15 points. Also not too bad, doable in 1 round. And that's what happens if the points are close enough in the middle. So it gives them a lot of opportunity to jump onto the other team. So it's not only about the points, but it's mainly about like how far are they from jumping in terms of placements.
True enough, like, especially playing for position in this area is going to be key, as they're just hoping to pull through with whatever points that they can basically acquire within the top 10 range, and they will be safe. I mean, last week the quarter did decently, but so long as they are within the top 10 radius, they should be able to have just about enough points for the finals. But of course, with 1 extra week to play, that can change things. So you still don't want to be at a risky position, but MFG is the next one to try to take out the rest of the quarter.
Oh, here we go. Look at this. This is news. Federal is knocked down. Not the player that Harame Bros want to lose. They are 1 point away from hitting the 100-point mark. At the same time, APG loses Adding Boy. Sky Mel being taken out by Zysek as well. AI Esports onto APG. 2 more active players. We got Master Riggs on the left and inside on the right from Master Riggs. Spotted out. Knocked down by Trust Me.
Beautiful, beautiful work from the side of AI Esports. Securing 5 in the process. Now, Perales has been revived, but he's being stuck in between the members of the side of Exquisite. Once more being brought down, immediately getting toasted off. Nathan makes sure that he doesn't get to play the game, whereas there's still MM try to actually get him off of that corner, and that shot will connect towards Nathan as his health bars were really low. On the outskirts, Emin still has to deal with another. Kayla as well as Range try to provide cover from quite far across, but you say, he could just do wonders by his own.
GE and Harame Bros. This will be a big fight here, and it's 4v4. Zai knows there's someone behind, but Zai knocked out by Kayla. That's going to be the first opening here, the first advantage for Harame Bros.
And they're going to look for more. GE, they just arrived to the scene, and they're slowly depleting the rest of the members of Justice Esports. Very long distance of a coverage to even get Yamzai back on track. I mean, Kaler could eventually pick this one up while GE tries to work a way into the compound. This is what I do like about the Gatka fields. You see a little bit more an open spacing of a battle. A lot of smokes now provided. I guess GE, they're just going to be looking to push this one out.
Oh, nade from afar by EG. They still try to save their teammate. Zai is calling out for help. Smoke will try to blind their opponent, but Kaler putting pressure on the EG. EG now might be forced to move because of this molly. Kaler gets away from the sniper tower. Position compromise, goes back to his team.
Good timing, though. I mean, look at how quickly they actually got out of it. So Master Ichi's reflex, super slick, super fast. And with the pressure coming from Miramar, that basically pushed Kaler off of the sniper. I want to say tower, but it's just a lookout. But Loki from the other end actually strikes down one member of the side of MFG. All these big teams are gunning out for each other.
Yeah, and Harami Bros knows that it's not going to be worth it because the circle shifted away. So might as well leave it for now. And they lost one player in the process. But now Young Giganticos. Wow, a drive-by, but a trade back happened. Young Giganticos St. Cloud now out in the open and will be eliminated by unknown.
1-for-1 trade-off, but MFG actually loses 2 in the process. YG, they safely claim this area for their own. So I want to really take a look at the circle, right? Like, it's going further into the west side of this shore, and also at the very same time, it seems to be the type of spot for the side of PBE to hold out. I think that's not too far off at the same time.
Whoo!
Meanwhile, what a shot that was coming in, as Loki continuously put those early points back to the side of YG.
Beautiful tracking there by Loki. Again, the man of the hour. Looking for Caps now. Caps caught out the outside. Vehicle still be able to be used. But I think Caps is going to pop out the smoke, try to get away with that.
It's going to take a little bit of a tug of war for these squads out there. But Michi, having firm control of the swamp area, will be able to deny entry on the side of Myth Clan. Easy K taken out. They will expect a lot more crowd to move right in. DZ on the other sector is not really trading back for some reason. As Harami Bros, they're pushing up towards the hill. I want to see that battle going up there.
Oh, that will be interesting though. On the other side, there's like a good amount of teams rotating. Gerald, long range, easy, but that's fine. Won't be a big factor here. It's just more of teams stamping their position. But I'll be interested to see like what happens to some of the teams who are making that rotation. Yep, we got Harami Bros on screen, but they found a place that probably they can hold on for now.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, they've already broke the record here for week 2. The first team to hit 100 points. MFG trailing really close as well. They just need a 3-pointer, but only having 2 members, a little bit harder to do for at least for now.
Well,
it's a glimpse over on the side of WTZ. Small try to get something here.
Yeah, he sees them across, but he needs to evaluate the circle now. Since the circle went away, so it's like, okay, it's not going to be worth it now. Just keep an eye on the Young Giganticos in case they do anything funny. If not, let's focus on getting in.
Yeah. Now, Young Galacticos is just being locked away by the side of GE. I mean, that's just one member out of GE, right? Small holding on to that corner, while what they have done really well early on is that they've been able to keep themselves alive. Is going for the save. It was a challenge against Harami Bros as Harami Bros prioritized into getting into the circle. Kaler now by the swamp side spots some glimpse of TTQ, and MFG decides to join into the party. Everybody wants to dip in the pool, it seems, while Momboy, he's more interested in getting a shutdown onto Yatka.
Ooh, Momboy, this high ground gives him that advantage to overlook some of the other teams. But speaking about the other teams, Genesis Esports still on the outside, keeping an eye on the Young Radicals. Looks like they want to collect the points. They know that they have the man advantage. As Murder comes in, 1 spray, 2 knockdowns, and that's going to be thank you for the 2 points.
Beautiful, beautiful work from Miramar Boy again. just completely zones out the rest of YG. Now there's only Cute Loki standing in the way. Yunzai needing a little help again. But I would just say that Loki here is just trying to see if he can just maybe get a few more points out of it. MFG holding into compound, taking on some of these members of PBE and GOT7 at the same time, making full use of this current chaos that's currently happening across the field. Here comes Mitchie, bringing out the DBS. Full shot, but GOT7 got him on the ground.
Oh, PBE, are they losing this plot against GOT7? PBE, only one active player left. GOT7 will finish out 3 players, and this is actually quite a rare occasion that GOT7 wins fights, so great for them. Nice to see this improvement from GOT7 this round.
Yeah, big, massive win for them. Of course, they have to thank Bieber for that, for getting those 2 points on the block, as well as KS, just ready to welcome some of all these visitors. Meanwhile, we see a lot of all these elimination points across our feed. As you can see, only 4 teams have not managed to get any points at all so far, and the ones that have scored really get those big numbers.
Oh, now Paso against Justice Esports. See what he can do? As Ichi cooking up his own name. Oh, my backup has arrived. 1 sec is here with a high ground advantage. See some movement from Smile. Smile gets out of this vehicle. Time to fight back. 1 second was a Smile.
GE now trying to actually squeeze in a little bit more of that spacing, but there is more members on the side of FRL now trying to overwhelm Itchy. Still all alone. 1 sec will still find it against Smile.
Smile taken out. GE only 1 player left, and that's going to be Itchy. Surrounded by FRL. Where's it going to go now? Oh, this is going to be bad. Ichi, I don't know how he's going to get out of this. And that's your answer. Oh, wait a second. Fights back. Still managed to get 1 out of Ransom. Can he get 2? Can he need a big clutch? We got a second one, but 1 second is going to come in from behind to ensure that the clutch of the tournament might not happen.
Oh, that was really calling it close, though. You saw that he was basically snapping his crosshair 180, trying to actually connect the final blow. But FRL, they managed to survive to tell the tale, taking out GE. As the fight continues on, look at all these numbers on the right side of the screen. 7 total eliminations so far for the side of PBE. Of course, they overheated and lost quite a number of their players, but Hamarami Bros, there's no such thing as overheat for this squad. This time, Flash Vision goes out at 12th position. Yet again, 0 eliminations.
Yeah, 0 eliminations, 0 placement points. Another hard round here for Flash Vision Esports. Circle time goes down south. The teams on the northern side. We got Gerald there for Playbook Esports together with Loki. That's right beside him, way up north. So they might fight with each other. But speaking of fights, see you soon. It's with Harame Bros.
Harame Bros having a great view over onto these corners. And they've been here for the longest time, trying to take out the entirety of See You Soon. They're just going to play a lot more defensively on the opposing end. I mean, there's still the circle coverage, so See You Soon might need to move much later on, but for the time, they can basically defend that compound from the hands of Harame Bros that are really trying to close in.
And from the outside, we got TTQ now, monitoring the situation on how to cut across. There is a small river between, or more like a swamp. But Gerald, oh, this is the last man for Playbook Esports. It's all down to him now, waving the Playbook Esports flag. Let's see what he can get out of this. It's going to be a 1v1 with Naughty Boy. Naughty Boy just in front of him. Heals up. He has the DBS. Naughty Boy actually goes back in, so not going to pursue for now.
Gerald just trying to squeeze a grenade past this window and maybe might be able to clip over onto Naughty Boy. It's only going to alert him for now, but not going to connect as he's on the other side of the room, I do believe. Playbook Esports fancying some opportunities here, although Gerald is all alone. It's a 1 versus 1 going on, and Gerald says, you know what? Just come right through. He just passed by and he missed the vision by a second, but the grenade flew in from the side of TTQ to say, okay, are you guys double me 1v1 because I'm here to play for that chicken dinner. TTQ just have to spoil the party.
Yeah, that is like a fateful moment, but Edward is going to bring on a fateful moment to MFG across them. Beautiful spray with that knockdown, but still not able to secure the elimination point just yet. But that will mean that MFG will need to spend resources to recover.
They definitely will have to do so. MFG, 2 players left. Still trying to hold on for that late game. CZ as well as Caps Luck, both sides low, and wow! Low ground shot from the side of Caps Luck. Finds Sizzy. Quick snap as he was trying to run for his dear life. One of the better rounds that we are seeing for today for the side of Enigma. And for GOT7, they could still actually resuscitate their fallen allies. A much better run that we're seeing coming in from GOT7 after a few dismal performance. Whereas, on the other corner, MFG, these 2 players can also eventually chime in, but they have problems of their own to deal with for now. Caps Luck slowly sliding down! Oh! A misposition, and that gives himself away! Big blunder. But, I mean, it's just pressure that really cracked him.
Yeah, it's sometimes like that. Little bit of movement that made that happen. But speaking of movement now, CU still picking up movement in the circle. Long range by Edward, trying to get a knock, not able yet. But Edward needs to go. Circle not favoring him. She's way from Harame Bros. 50% of how Edward being shot back from behind by MFG.
And Mewtwo just got the corner of the angle and perfect protection, holding the top side for the longest of time. STKE now gets a little bit more of that breathing space ever since that Harame Bros are slowly getting tipped up. The John closes true, but Kaler, he's just hugging the wall. I think he knows, but oh! Kaler says goodbye, see you soon.
Wow, and still holding strong. 7 elimination points now for Harame Bros. Let's see how long more he can last. We're down to the top 6 teams. But we got a good amount of page 2 teams in the game now. We got TTQ, GOT7, the only team with a full squad. If they do score this chicken dinner, it will be their first in the PMCL.
It could potentially be their very first win. But it's still going to be a little bit of a long shot, especially with the duels all pretty much remaining intact. They're coming in from the west side, or should I say east side from now. Suki trying to pull down Kaler, and we'll be able to actually get that 1 pointer off. That is the end for Harame Bro, as they will make their way into a top 5. TTQ, they will eventually challenge the members of GOT7, and we'll see how that one goes later on.
Oh, for the top spot right now, MFG, 2 players, and they're not too far away from Harame Bros. So this will be real interesting to see whether they can catch up to the throne. But GOT7 with a full squad, I am real interested to see if they can wrap things up. They only team with a full squad, and now they're in a fight. They just need to get across MFG now.
Big nade, now dropping right in. A little bit harder to actually catch out the members of MFG as they are tucked right into the creases. But look at FRL though, they get that free spacing, open grounds for the takes. If they basically push upwards, they get the full view of the side of GOT7, but they are playing rather passively. They don't really want to reveal their location yet, expecting some members to move in. But honestly, all the other squads are just up north. So FRL fancies a chance here.
Ooh, okay. Yaka, let's see what can he do about this on the lower ground. Not much space to work with though. And GOT7 knows that he's somewhat there, waiting for him to show himself. All these teams not really moving. But the good news for GOT7 is that they have 2 players in the circle. So slight advantage to them as a team.
FRL having Pozo overlooking. And they're just keeping themselves into the safe distances because they want to play for that placement. Waiting for teams to cut each other out while this huge grenade flushes through. One shot is all it takes to take out DZ. And once more, you're looking at MFG making it into the top 4.
Oh, top 4, here we go. Potentially a new team still to get the chicken dinner, but like what you said, MFG in the top 4. Let's see if they can get any further. SKS will try to stop that dream. One more to go for MFG, but because another elimination came in, now MFG is in the top 3 at least.
1 second finally strikes, and they manage to get one member from the side of GOT7 down on his knees, but not out just yet. So there will be a little bit of revive if they would not be able to follow through with any confirmed elimination points. Pozo now dropping a couple of death lates. This is not going to really deter them all too much, but it's just interested to actually take a look at the map where a lot of south side area is just emptied out. And for some reason, I guess the final member of MFG could actually stay alive, as he's not being challenged till the end.
You are right, okay, but the circle will force him to move. Let's see. By the time he'll probably reveal himself, and let's see if he can survive that long. But for him to take out the members of GOT7, assuming that all 4 of them make it into the top 2, then, well, it's going to be real hard. But we'll keep that for later now, because now the focus is between FRL and also GOT7.
Now Pikel just goes in for a drive-through!
Oh!
And he does manage to actually get the knock. Now it's only down to Bozo. Yeah, Pikel with some daredevil moves. We'll have to seek him out right by the corner of the buggy. Yatka joining in while GOT7 has been keeping themselves busy. This is going to be a good angle for Yatka. And yes, he does actually shut them off. GOT7, they got crushed by some members of the side of MFG. And MFG now playing 1 versus 2.
1v2 at this moment. Hey, he gets one! Can he get the second one right now? Yatka will probably clutch this! One more to go! And who got it? Who got it?
MFG!
MFG again! MFG again! Oh man! GOT7 almost got the chicken dinner. It was their best chance to finally get it.
You give this man a little bit of space, he will basically take it all away. GOT7. Man, I guess like they were too fixated onto the fight against FRL and they absolutely forgot, you know, they let one player off. And MFG, once again, ends the game with a big flank in order to close it out. And mind you, that was basically, technically 1 versus 3 to end that round.
Yeah, man.
Whoa.
Oh, man. I thought that GOT7 would have gotten it because, like, okay, at some point it's like 4v2v1, and then you'd be like, yeah, 4v2v1 based on the match, they should be able to do it. But they spent too much. They spent too much resources against the FRL, and that MFG just came in from behind. But you gotta give credit to Yatka as well. That was a great solo show to have that pinpoint precision and also the right timing to come in.
Yeah, you better give him the MVP title for this match because this guy has done so much to bring another win in the back for MFG, 2 in a row. And I want to see if they can basically take wins off of Miramar at the same time. Ramen Bros was basically the king of that early game battle because they were basically fighting off so many squads that also includes GE in the process. While hunting out over onto the swamp side over in the south, they start to lose out some of all these trades against SYS, and then eventually, of course, FRL, they just keep everybody zoned off as they eliminate the final member of GE.
Wow, okay, man. Well, my wish is to see every team getting the chicken dinner, so I was partly rooting for GOT7, but yeah, it is what it is, so I guess the chicken dinner will still need to wait. But great for MFG. With this chicken dinner though, 8 eliminations, and they will get 18 points. There is a possibility that they might overtake Harame Bros.
Very likely. I mean, Harame Bros, they went out a little bit earlier, so in terms of ranking points, maybe not as much, because that's basically a solid 10 pointer out here for the side of MFG. And Also, to add on to the eliminations that they've managed to get a total of 7 to close off the round. So Zuki instead, from the side of Time to Quake, is the one that will be the MVP of the match.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the MVP is based off stats, right? So Zuki gets it based on the stats. But frankly speaking, if you ask me, to me, it's Yatka, the MVP.
Yeah, Yatka really has done so much work in this matchup, and we're just gonna add all these numbers all together to really see, MFG. They've been hard at work, and this week's result, they really seem to be taking over from where GEE has left off, and really show that they have even more to prove, as this squad hailing in from Myanmar as well has been giving us incredible record, and at the very same time with also a battle between TTQ. That was basically a Burmese affair, which they have been able to settle the scorers pretty cleanly, I would say.
And speaking about making it clean, MFG Esports made it clean towards the end. 8 eliminations, 1,219 total damage. Just about right, I must say. And well, to me, it is not about like how many eliminations they got this time, but because of that one person, they still got the chicken dinner. It's an amazing run for MFG if you think about it, with the circumstances that they were at.
Yeah, and I would definitely say that a lot of all these circumstances that they were at, or like the blue zone closing upon them, and they really had to fight battles after battles to get in, and somehow eventually that grip was loosened up. That gives that room for Yatka to really display what he's got, to really have what it takes to close out these match. So with that being said, first, these are your winners. Let's take a look at the overall stats for all the teams on board.
Yeah, only 2 players got eliminated by the zone this time. This one the lowest that we have seen. 62, but it's understandable because the circle is a main peninsula circle. On the left side, Gatka, lots of open space, so a lot of chance for teams to come in from multiple directions. Naturally, because of that, then teams don't spend too much time on the outside and being taken up in the zone. So yeah, 62 I think is the right number with this kind of a circle.
Yep, that's right. And when we look at the rest of the block as well, I gotta say that in terms of traveling distance, it's still pretty average, where teams are very well versed onto playing around the Gatka region overall, but we see a lot more of all these attempts coming in to gatekeep teams after teams, and that's basically how Southeast Asia rolls, perhaps. Only 2 airdrops being looted up, and that's kind of about it for our overall stats. Let's take a look at the current standings instead for this upcoming match, because you were figuring out, okay, how much did Harame Bros actually get in this match? It's just about 9 points, so safe to say MFG is now at number 1.
Yeah, MFG. Definitely. But on the other end though, well, Flash Vision, guys, gotta do something, guys. We cannot go through another 0 round, man. I mean, this is, honestly, it's heartbreaking to see if this goes another 0 round. If like there's like 5 days of games to be played, but the week only ends with only 2 points, that is one of the lowest stats that I have ever seen.
That's a shame, honestly. I mean, you imagine putting so much time and effort, and that's all? I mean, I'm very, very sure that there's a little bit of fight in that. I mean, they just really have to prove it. But I just feel like they were just overwhelmed, whether it's emotionally, whether it's mentally, but you gotta really overcome that, because this competition is still running for another week plus. So with that being said, let's take a look at the overall leaderboards, as we got MFG at the top with 113 points, where Harame Bros is still trailing in with 107, so the gap isn't all too wide, to say the very least. Meanwhile, Asia was not really playing in this match, so they still have maybe a game to prove that they can actually be back up at number 1. Meanwhile, PBE, 72 points, 52 for the side of Yangon Galacticos. This is Esports having the same number, so it's a tie for 5th spot. Meanwhile, in the middle of the pack, we have 2-1 for Akira, 50 points, 47 for FRL, Dread, Esports, 40, STE with 33, and of course, interchangeable from 11 all the way down to the 17th spot.
The gap now between Flash Vision Esports and Myth Clan, which is just above them, is now 19 points. That is almost a round's worth if you add on like chicken dinners together. Almost there. So I don't know, man. This is starting to get really heartbreaking, and I'm sure the fans will be very worried with their performance. Hopefully they'll be able to come back again. I mean, I think I almost say this every single round. I just hope that they can do their best and put it out for fan service.
Yeah, and I mean, right now is don't even think too much about that, right? Like, just basically put 100% of their focus onto really playing a good game. Like, they need to define what a good game is. Like, are you playing for survival? Are you really playing for that elimination? Like, you gotta do something about that, because this is a no show basically. Like, last week at least we see a little bit better performance than we thought. You know, they were taking those early fights. They always bring teams down to one member left, although they didn't finish up those points. Like, they at least go down with a fight. Now, I don't see a fight in them anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah, it is hard. But I guess the break is something that they really need again to reflect and see if they can come back here. So we still have matches here. We're going to go into Miramar after this. So see you guys after this break.
let's go boom.
Hello and once again, welcome back to the PMCL Southeast Asia. We're going to be moving into our rounds in Miramar as we've concluded all the matches in Erangel and Sanhok. And my, what an epic win that we've just seen coming out of MFG with the back-to-back chicken dinner.
Yeah, the hero of MFG, Yaka, gave them that. Man, but it was close for God 7 though, not gonna lie. I was kind of hoping that they got the chicken dinner because it will be their first in the PMCL. But yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, look forward to the next round to try again. And in the next round, we will be jumping into Miramar. But before we go there, let's introduce the teams that will be playing this time.
Now, Group A will be taking a little bit of break before they play the very final round. So we will see B, C, D, E to be performing in this particular matchup. So it's still going to be hard-hitting as we still have a lot of all these big names out there. But Genesis Esports and the rest of the squad with AI and a few more names will be missing out.
Yeah, so Flash Vision, extended break for them. And one more game to go before we wrap up the day for Flash Vision Esports, essentially. But that also means that our big heavy hitters are still in the game though. Harame Bros are in this, and we got MFG in this. They happen to be the same group, by the way. And also, yeah, I guess these are the two biggest hitters right now because both of these teams have been absolutely slaughtering today.
Yeah, they really are the ones that really are farming out points in and out of the matchup. So I gotta see how exactly some of these squads, they're really trailing right behind all these heavy hitters. How are they really coping? Because you see round after round, it's always been these, I would say, up to 6 teams that have been really turning the heat up inside of the map. But after matches in, matches out inside of Erangel, Miramar has always been that difficult round to be played out. And you know what? When you play in these maps, you need those long-range weapons. And tell you what, we got good skins for it because the MK14 is up for grabs here in the Dragon Emperor and Empress set. It's shining in gold. And tell you what, guys, this is limited edition, and it will only last you until the end of this weekend. So make sure to check it out. Yeah,
to be exact, the 9th of March is on Saturday. So Saturday is the final day. You still have some time, but you don't want to forget about it and just to miss out on it at the end of the day. MK14, Loot Crate, Elimination Broadcast, and On-Hit Effect is up for grabs here. So don't miss out on this opportunity again. And also this one, you don't want to miss out on the all-new Guild set, the Serpent Green set. Also only available for a limited amount of time until the 21st of March.
Yeah, and I would really say that these two weapons are really perfect for Miramar. So make sure you get your hands on this because, like what Sir Carl said, it's only lasting until 21st of March, where same thing goes as compared to the MK14 set. This one also comes with the Elimination Broadcast, as well as Loot Crate and on-hit effects when you get this weapon. Now, tell you what, guys, not every single weapon skin has those hit effects. This is one up for grabs, so make sure you get it fast.
Yes, while it still lasts. Again, a reminder for all you guys, it is only until the 21st of March, so time is running out. Get it in the game right now. First draw is only at 10 UC, so still in there. As a reminder for all of you, again, don't miss out on the opportunity.
And speaking of opportunities, of course, teams are vying for the opportunity to get some good points out of Miramar, but it has always been very challenging of how some of all these circles play out. Yesterday, I think the final round closes in across the El Pozo territory, and it's not really the first time that we actually see this particularly happening because teams have always been playing around, either the western region as well as some of them over onto the south side where majority of these matches closes right through. So we'll see how this is gonna pan out when we move into the biggest map of it all, where Genesis Esports still have yet to get a win for today and also for this particular map in general.
Yes, so yeah, Genesis Esports, they have been pretty quiet this week if you kind of think about it, right? Like last week they were hot, but this week, eh. And coming into Miramar, they don't really have the best of stats in Miramar. I mean, their stats are not bad. It's just that they haven't got a chicken dinner in Miramar. So that's why we're putting out like, okay, is this like the boo-boo map for Genesis Esports? Unless maybe the feng shui might shift to Miramar this time because they haven't been getting much out of Sanhok and Erangel. Maybe it's Miramar time.
Perhaps so, and we'll have to take a look if this is gonna be a good run for all. I mean, end of the day is a competition. Somebody's got to take the L to be out of the 16th spot, but we want to see more and more of all these fights to happen. But with Miramar, you know, we started pretty steady, and then all the chaos usually happens from stage 3 onwards, and maybe we'll see a couple of fights happening in stage 2, but it's going to be an interesting trajectory for most part, starting off from La Cabrera, headed down to Los Higos. So I would say the teams are accustomed to this, will be most likely direct dropping points for most of the spots that are here playing in Group B, C, D, E.
I wonder if there's any early clashes. Well, in Miramar, we are seen inside of Chumacera, so I want to keep an eye on that. But I see a lot of teams like hovering, like somewhere in the middle, passing by Power Grid, moving towards St. Martin. Maybe just passing by, or maybe they will intentionally drop around that area. God7, normally in Chumacera, so that's going to be one team for sure. I guess that this my gut feel. I think we will see a challenge there for God7.
Yeah, very, very likely. And I think like most often than not, this team does struggle in Miramar because of this particular challenge inside of the city. So hopefully it will be either win for them in the battle of the city, and then they will get a little bit more out of it. Now, speaking of which, we're already seeing some shots being fired up, and I believe that they've already lost Bieber. I mean, I'm not gonna be throwing too much of a concert anytime soon, huh?
You're definitely not a believer there. KS, he is unfortunately not believing in winning this fight against True coming in from CU soon. So now God7, 2 players left. Got back out from the other side. Ooh, that almost took him out.
Close, but no cigar for the side of CU soon. As these guys are relentless in chasing out God7. I mean, it's been week 2. We don't really see too much of a difference from week 1 as these teams have always been fighting one another here. It's just that, you know, that control over onto this factory setting is not looking all too good for God7 in terms of track record. See you soon, picking that one up, leaving only Sizzy to be the final member remaining.
I mean, in general, right? God7, they don't really have the best of records fighting early inside of Chumacera. So I guess if it's the following rounds, it's something for them to consider to either leave this spot away or, you know, I guess just leave it, right? Because
yeah,
I think it's enough games by now for us to even notice that.
Yeah, I really think that just basically take the lower ground, loot off, and just get out. You don't need this early fight. You need God7 to play like last round. Survive through the till the tail end of the round, fight for the chicken dinner. I think that maybe right now their mental state is not really in the best form because they lost a potential chicken dinner in that past round. So now taking another heavy hit, this is definitely going to hurt their ego a whole lot worse.
Well, with the absence of Genesis Esports, looks like we got 2 teams inside of St. Martin. One of them is Enigma, who in particularly haven't been doing too well today against APG, who's currently only having 28 points. And Caps is going to open up with the first lead onto Sky Mel, but lucky enough the shots couldn't connect. But we can see them open here by APG. Looks like they're going to go and try to take out Caps in his own building.
Caps luck. Oh, barely dodging that one. thankfully, he kept moving under a little bit of that pressure. APG is definitely showing up here in this week. Very willing to really go in for some challenges, but Enigma been on a hot form. Damage being done. Adik Boy still gets into the compound, so that's gonna be fine for the rest of APG. And even if there's gonna be a knock, then APG should be able to fight back. But how much more can they do other than this situation? Like, Caps Luck, he's got a vehicle, he will rejoin his group. And, oh, shots fired coming in from Sky Meow. And APG looking to secure it, but there's still QB up there. That is going to be one tough angle to spot him out.
Yeah, and QB is going to play a crucial role right now, especially with the Mini 14 to try to block out the members of APG. And Caps, so far so good, managed to heal up, and he should be able to get away. And thanks to QB as well, although he didn't really do anything significant, but his presence is good enough to open up that support space for Caps to retreat back.
Yeah, that is of utmost importance, I would say. Meanwhile, when we take a look at the corners of where Insight's holding out, it's a little bit more of a counter strat, just in case if there's going to be any form of pushes coming out of Enigma. But I don't think that Enigma is interested in taking this battle anymore, so we just gotta really hold back and slowly get in on the right track once more. As we take a look at the rest of the surrounding, we have a lurker coming from TTQ. It's going to be Gus. Fancying a little bit of that space, and who knows, Enigma, if they take any longer, they could be sandwiched in between, but they are basically sending more members towards APG.
Oh, there you go. Surprise, surprise. Came in from TTQ. Now they know he's there. And there's pretty much nobody that can save QB at this point. So consider him gone for now, I can say.
Yeah, definitely. Like, they are just stuck in the worst possible location. And because QB was knocked out, Enigma will withdraw their firepower against the side of APG. And Gus is just waiting to see if any members of Enigma is going to be interested in the pickup. They see a little bit of movement. Identify that one of them are in the city, and Zuki will just go ahead to finish off QB.
And the TTQ being the third party, coming at the right time. And let's see how much they can get out of the fight within the city now. Speaking of the fight within the city, Enigma going on to Inside. Inside alone in this building. What does he has now? Okay, he has a UMP, AK on the other hand, and no frag grenades, so pretty much on his own.
Yeah, Inside, he's been holding out for the longest of time now. Gonna see a little bit of infantry being sent on his way. It's one big nade to give them an easy punch through the back. And there we go. Enigma at least claims one. APG, 2 members out, while this battle is not benefiting anybody. They're taking way too long to get into the zone.
Ooh, nice shot there on the Master Riggs. And APG only left with 1 player. Enigma, however, 3 players. So they should be able to do the business. And that's going to be a pan caught on 4K. It's been a while since we see it on screen.
Oh, the last one was a couple games ago. I think it was GE versus Enigma. And then, like, the moment that GE basically gets a catch, took out the pan, just basically whipping on that guy because, you know, they fought in Sanhok, they fought in Erangel as well, so he wants to release that tension. Speaking of tension here, STE now drawing it up to a close against Akira. Newbie holding out a grenade. This could be good enough to catch on to Wako as well as H2R. Not really connecting though. But the next one will. Scotty's gonna find him.
Oh, okay, we got Rankin and Wako, the duo that did it until a second place finish in Sanhok. Let's see if they can pull off a dynamic duo gameplay again right now as Newbie comes in with the DBS. Minor knockdown. Almost getting more. And Wako revives H2R. And now they have the man advantage. Fighting back against SE. But wait a second. Harambe Pros joins in onto the party.
Here comes the opportunist of Harame Bro really wants those battle, and they are definitely hungry to take them on. Quite a long range of a lot, but MM might be able to actually catch some of these members of 214 Akira off guard. Making it rain, if you will. MM now spots one moving in, so that's going to be an easy picking towards Newbie. Range. Now, seeing if he does have a little bit of chance to get those grenades down. Just hugging very tightly in the corner. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to survive. Scotty taps out of there. Already 2 elimination points. And for some reason, this fight will see STE milling out. And there goes Rankit. 214 Akira kind of were unlucky to be caught in between this form of rotation, but look at the back of this map. TTQ, they still have KH, dropping a couple of grenades as they are forming into a 4-way battle.
Wow, all these teams all of a sudden reliving this area. It'll be real interesting to see who comes up on top as TTQ has arrived. And the knockdown from Federales onto H2R. But the point is still up for grabs by either side right now as TTQ tries to close in. But Federales knocked down. Nathan knock. Man, it's going to be a real mess here.
An absolute bloodbath, if you will. Zuki is going to claim that one. So 1-4 Akira. They're the challengers into the compound first, but they walk away with no points accumulated against Stranger Esports, against some of all these players of Harame Bros. And boy, oh boy, this stage 2 really is something. Tap swing fire from the side of Kaler on this meaning 14, not really catching off KH for now. Mewtwo, meanwhile, will be facing off against the rest of Dread Esports as these tags after tags will just basically flush off the territory of TTQ. A little bit of retaliation that we're seeing from the other corner as well. Zuki tries to hold him off.
I'm worried of Exquisite and Ostia. They're still on the outside of the circle, taking out the blue. CZ is going to be the last man for God 7, but he should be able to skid past by everyone and get into the circle since a lot of the fights happening outside. We got on screen right now Harame Bros. They want to finish off the fight as STE with the only last player left. Harame Bros gotta make it quick.
We'll need to be swift as the coursing river, because there's a typhoon hitting them eventually. Circle now not really favoring either side of the party, but it's gonna close in a little bit slower since it's a vast map of a coverage. So it will take a while before it'll be done. Let's see if there will be any form of commitment at all, but look at all these boxes on the ground. Harame Bros losing one member, but actually gaining 5 points, absolutely worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. And most importantly, they didn't lose Federales. That is a key player. But oh, okay, speaking about losing players, 4th row is playing for Exquisite now. And with a long range tap with the mini 14, you take down a couple of players from Austria Esports.
Very, very strong challenge. But oh, 4th row, flipping over a vehicle, and should still be fine. I mean, Austria Esports, they came in very late, and now getting caught under fire. I'm not sure if Astro X can actually survive this ordeal, as these players seem to be very, very cautious on how they're approaching this. Astro, does he even have vehicles for him to book out? Seems like it's gonna be a little bit further off from where he is, but should still be doable. He doesn't really have to challenge, but if he really wants to, I guess why not?
I don't know about this. But
nothing much to lose when you're one member in Miramar this early.
True. We also don't know whether he has a vehicle or not. So let's see how much is he willing to invest in this round like that. But looking at the circle, since it's a Lost Loner circle, naturally you have a lot of teams inside the city. And if it ends up here, then we are going to have a very slow standoff at the end.
And this is just gonna be a long drought of a battle as we, yeah, have a little bit of music for you guys out there. But we'll see. It really feels like Los Leones is, how would I put it? Picado times 10. It it's just very difficult to maneuver around. We're seeing half and half, but it's a really good spot for the side of PBE, who is taking control on the outskirts. So I would fancy their chances into doing a lot of damage when the circle closes into the mountains.
Well, it does look like he's moving towards the outside of Lost Learners, so that's kind of like a good news for all of us at least. The best part is that the mountain on the outside of Lost Learners, not many teams there are. I don't see at least a team really holding on to that high ground just outside of Lost Learners. That is one of the key areas. If any team were to go there, it is going to be perfect, especially if the circle entirely moves out, all the teams are forced to come out. That team would have the best vantage point against everyone else.
Yeah, indeed. And now, with all these sort of areas being covered up, it really does seem like they stand a solid chance to really get into the late stage with a lot of things to prove. So we'll just give them a little time to, of course, get themselves into the right positions. And eventually we'll see a little bit more of that breakout. Enigma now with those 4 points, meanwhile 5 for the side of Harame Bros. And the Bros just keeping a perfect view against the rest, trying to zone them completely from entering the field.
Yeah, and speaking about entering, right, from the northern side, Harame Bros still managed to enter, so they're still okay now. Since most of the teams are inside Lost Learners anyway, so if you are that one team who decides not to come in at this point, and you're on the outside, well, you have a better place to park yourself, I guess. But Edward here, he has an idea. Okay, it's a mini 14. 1 tap, 2 tap, 3 tap, 4 tap, 5 tap, and amazingly, none of them hit.
Huh. I thought that would have been something for the side of Edward, but I guess not. Whereas when we take a look at the current scenario, though, it is definitely looking to be a little bit daunting for those on the lower ground. As Enigma having to back up Caps Lock for the revive. Bros are just constantly being a nuisance to all of them.
Well, we still have them on the outside, and I think the position is actually not too bad. If you kind of think about it, everyone else is on the inside. They only need to manage like technically one team. Okay, PBE from afar, cool, but not a big issue for them. Even if PBE gets the knockdown, it's not like they can finish it off that easy.
Yeah, it's not going to be a straightforward affair. Meanwhile, of course, a lot of all these sprays here and there, and not really churning up all too much results. What's going to be the end result of this is that PBE is just going to be taking this interesting formation in order to really capitalize onto the surroundings of what they have.
Yeah, the location that PBE is at is the one that I really like. And we can see Raimon coming on to his other teammates. They're going to try to lock in that position. It's going to be prime position for them. And that is where they can farm elimination points. With the full squad still, PBE with this formation and that location, it is perfect for them.
Absolutely. And there is just going to be that funnel that will happen when teams are exiting inside the city, those entering from the outskirts as well. So it's just a little bit more of about timing. And speaking of timing, Loki now going to secure one more from a little bit of drive from Blanks out in the open. And Cloud, he's going to infiltrate with a nade. Not really connecting onto Farfro. Exquisite Esports still has this final 2 members to hold out. Nathan now joining from the back, and YG, they're happy to take them on.
Oh, here we go. Fourth row and Nathan. The two players from Exquisite left. And fourth row will be the first target because he's in the building. Nathan is waiting behind. But he does have a good view to shoot down the members of Young Gigatico. So our focus onto fourth row, but Nathan comes in now. Yes, the DBS. Close quarters combat is going to be his game. But he has a lot to deal with. He started off with BN. Fourth row, knocked down, leaving Nathan alone. Oh!
And the LWTZ goes down as well. YG having a little bit of a casualty there, but it is quite a fight coming from the side of Nathan. He's pushing out, hunting him off, but one tap is all it takes. But what a firm, solid fight that he really put out with against YG, doing significant damage, and now YG's only down to 2.
No heroics there by Nathan. It was almost a clutch though. He got 2 of them. If he got the third one, that's in an absolute clutch. But yep, it was just unfortunate that his opponent had the DPS as well, the same amount of range, and it was about who pulled the trigger faster. So Nathan, great job there. Not going to take it away from him.
Yeah, and we're just basically seeing all these heroics from time to time here in this map. This is what I absolutely love about Miramar. Of course, on top of the difficult course of battle. And for the side of Enigma, they're still trying to pull through against Harame Bros, this time in close proximity. Another squad driving right down below, and that's going to be TTQ, so Harame Bros will have to take it one step at a time, else they will be overwhelmed.
Ooh, but they have the elevation though. Okay, circle time. That's going to be important as well. Goes behind. The range happened to be behind it, so he can be the immigration officer now. Trying to block out the members of TTQ as Enigma moving towards or navigating across the lower ground. They can still climb up here, I guess. But it won't be that easy though.
Not easy at all. And for the meantime, the top finds something in return. Range now just playing through the smokes, dropping another big one. He's gonna soak in a little bit of that damage at the very same time. Harame Bros just playing with fire here. And now, finally, TTQ has found a way up top, but needing to eventually take him down.
Oh, this
He
name.
slides back down, though.
Oh!
Okay. Perfectly timed from the side of range, and now he goes for another one. 2 in the row, and the rest of Miramar will have them all numbered up, out in the open, and out of the game.
Well, and technically they lose anyone. Oh, okay, they lost Taylor now. So Harame Bros 2 players left dealing with Enigma, but with this elevation that they have, they're in a prime position to stop Enigma from coming in.
They absolutely do. Enigma is just keeping their eyes very closely to them. Meanwhile, MFG, they're still by the corners of the city, also getting locked out at the same time. Enigma gets taken out. Harame Bro, by the efforts, they really squeezed everybody off to get that 9-pointer.
Oh, Circle went out of Lost Learners, so all these teams will need to move out. We got MFG now together with Red. They need to fight out with each other. And going up to the second floor, Jipna needs to be prepared. He has the DBS, the best weapon. Oh, unless the nade lands onto him, but his opponent is shoot away. So lucky enough, the nade was not able to be launched up onto the second floor.
They gotta be careful about this push. He hears the cock of the grenade, and he gotta start dodging as well. Meanwhile, the quarter joins in from the lower ground. Another team trying to challenge Harame Bros to get right in and starting to actually zone them off at the same time. So the Bros will see if they can land a good nade right down low. Kind of exploded prematurely. Some guys experienced that, but it's fine. Popeye now trying to see if he can basically get into the same ground level as compared to Rage, and actually getting that opportunity. but not connecting the shot.
Woo! Went away just in time. But move back over to the Lost Loaded City. Yatka on his knees. Dread Esports have a ride. They're going up to the second floor looking for the next target. Holy Elijah to the right, but Holy Elijah went down. Moy needs to follow up quickly. At the same time, the blue will put pressure on him behind. Moy will secure that elimination point out of Mewtwo. Now on the second floor, we can see the revives kicking in as Yahiko healed up himself.
They really got to go on the move, though. I mean, they can go fighting much later on, but the circle's also closing in. They hear the shot of the DBS. Now MFG tries to pull all the way back. Holy Lanju tries to push out and closes the door upon him, so the Molotov does not really get through. Quick thinking in order to keep themselves afloat for now, but 25 seconds is all they have. They need to get through.
Oh, nah, he kind of has an idea where he is, but he wants to circle around maybe. Oh, Dread Esports going to let him go. Okay, that's going to be interesting. But we're going back up onto the hill where Harame Bros now have range and he'll finish off Feng. The top in front of him, the top with the state, cooking it up. He kind of knows where range is at. He had the information from his teammate. Nate will be lobbed on the cross. But range is out of range of the Nate.
It could be having a little bit of good spacing, but Harame Bros, after all that ruckus, all that commotion, they finally get a little bit of wiggle room to just get a little space to just chime in. MMG will not be able to exit out of Los Leones, while the side of Fearless Esports are battling against the rest of PBE. I would have actually expected a lot more points going in favor of the side of PBE, but they've just played for position and just holding on to the high ground where they didn't really get to see all too much out of. But that's okay. I mean, with all that has been displayed to us, they've been doing a massive work.
Here we go, back onto the bottom. See you soon against Dread Esports. Now they're just trading back with each other. Kaya, 50% of health. Molly will toss on to the other side to disposition his opponent. And what a swift move there by Kaya to finish out the final member of his opponent there. See you soon. We'll say see you soon to them in the next round.
What an advancement that we are seeing coming in from the squad. This is such a difficult battle here. We are looking at high ground, low ground, open spacing. There's nowhere exactly safe from anybody's grasp. And all of this comes down to a close in the span of moments for now. What will go down later on is that PBE, they're not exactly in the center of it all, so they really have to take a leap of faith to get off of that hill and be exposed to the rest of the squads.
Ooh, here we go, gunshots, and about 25 more seconds before the zone close. 3 teams on top, on the outside of the circle. The 20 seconds will be precious for them. The top, spotted out by Baby Harry, eliminated. And now we have 5 teams left. I'm counting down right now, 10 seconds, and it will be Havoc at the top.
It's definitely going to be a little bit of a slugfest going on. See you soon, having their best track record so far. We're basically taking a huge glimpse of what they could basically achieve in this matchup where they could potentially just come up with a massive chicken dinner of their own. Whereas a lot of all these other guys from across just got to maneuver their way. Meanwhile, Harame Bro, having only 1 player left in the middle of it all, is just going to wait it all out.
Ooh, but how long? How much space do they have to still wait though? Let's see here. PBE just below them. FRL on top. Let's see who will make the first move. We have like, what, 4 teams at this side of the hill? That is insane. Then 1 fighter member from Harame versus on the other side. He's just going to mind his own business.
Yeah, that's all he could basically do for now. Meanwhile, FRL will have the zone all closing upon them, needing to make the run for it. Oh boy, they are burning. And here comes the push coming from Kaya. He sees them, but the retaliation comes through. FRL definitely fighting back. What an awkward scenario. Now everybody's left with 2 as well as singular members out there. And who exactly is going to get this chicken dinner? Harry! He's going to go for it. He's got no bullets.
Oh!
He's got no bullets.
No bullets.
And he boxed it!
At the wrong timing. Okay, here we go. The John 1v2. And he's super duper low at this moment. One spray on him can take him down. The John! Clutch! 20% help. Not going to be a problem for the John.
The John making miracles happen with such a clutch play. And now See You Soon has the best opportunity for that chicken dinner. But how on earth are they gonna get to the side of range? And this isn't exactly in the center of the circle where Station 9 is gonna be at, but he found a little room. Damage from the fall. And now John kind of have an idea. I mean, this is an open valley for them to actually seek it out. So range, he's on a deficit, and See You Soon. Oh, he will have it taken down. There's not much time left. That Gross is not going to work. As See You Soon, Tiger KE gets their first chicken dinner of the week.
Oh, here we go. See you soon. Say see you chicken dinner. But Harami Bros still another second place finish with a range. If he had the space behind him, if the blue was still quite far or far enough, right, he could probably have clutched that. Maybe. But anyway, it is still See You Soon with the John's moment at the top to take out Playbook Esports. That was the moment that secured them this chicken dinner.
It was so interesting to actually watch these teams really push up the hill in order to get vantage point and also try to block off teams. And then, you know, that bottom side, they know it's just going to be a full-on death trap. So they did not choose to drop in all too early. But See You Soon, they survived to tell the tale from the city of Los Leones, by the way, to get to the very final areas of play. So that was absolutely impressive.
Absolutely, yeah. You're right. There were a lot of fights happening around the area of, I believe it was outside of Los Leones, just outside of it. And that was one key fight for a lot of these teams in order for them to advance into the circle. And if you kind of think about it as well, like this north side that we can see up here on screen, Harami Bros had to manage a lot of teams. I know See You Soon got the chicken dinner, but Harami Bros, they still managed to fend them off and made it into the final circle and also the second place finish.
Yeah, and on top of that, we're also seeing a lot of all these trading in within that city, which definitely did benefit the rest of See You Soon. And then, you know, it went all the way up to this crazy play done by the John with such a massive push.
Oh, man.
So we absolutely do love seeing all that chaos being brought to play.
Yeah, but because Range managed to survive out to the second place all alone, deserves the MVP. I would say, yep, definitely well deserved. 4 eliminations, 916 damage by a Range himself. And you know what? This just tells the story of like, no Federalists, no problem. They still got range.
Yeah, range really have done all the massive work throughout the match, surviving to the very end of it all, really putting up quite the fight heading to a second place finisher. So really respectable run, and Spurs, he still got a lot more of all these matches to prove that he is one part of the very best. I mean, you got Federalis, but you also have range that have been able to really put up massive numbers to really get themselves on track.
But, of course, you can't take away the chicken dinner from See You Soon X Tiger KE. With 14 eliminations, with the chicken dinner, it's going to be 24 points, 2,081 damage. And this is also their first chicken dinner of the week.
Yeah, now that you mention it, it is their first ever chicken dinner of the week. And last week itself, we may not see too much of that there's to display coming from the squad, but they definitely have been able to recuperate and now really showing us huge numbers on the block.
Okay, just to confirm as well, this is actually their first chicken dinner the entire PMCL, including last week. Last week they didn't score a chicken dinner. They got a couple of second places, but no chicken dinner. So congratulations! It's nice to see a new team getting a chicken dinner now.
Yeah, It is something that we have been looking forward to. Now, first, welcome to the party. We'll see you soon. Tiger KE managed to get this beautiful, beautiful win.
Yes, and here are the stats from the previous round. So we got 60 eliminations, 4 of them taken up by the zone. So pretty okay, I must say, pretty standard. Considering that the circle is not really like a tough circle. But we got 4 airdrops looted, so teams still had the time. And I guess that's because like this is a bigger map. It's Miramar, you have a lot more space. So if you see an airdrop, you have a better chance of picking up that airdrop and while surviving it without being taken up by other teams.
Yeah, and right now we're getting ourselves a lot of interesting stats. Look at the amount of healing. Absolutely absurd. Everybody's taking so many battles and at the same time tanking those damage. So everybody's pretty much preoccupied for most part.
Yeah, and I guess with the total knockouts as well, I guess that kind of makes sense with the number of heals. Now, match standings. Harame Bro still pretty sweet there. Another double digit, 17 points. Of course, see you soon with 24 points. Everyone else is a single digit.
Well, it's really one of the more difficult circles as we've seen inside of, the Los Leones grounds. Although, this looks to be quite the deja vu, but STKE really proving to be one tough cookie where, they start off inside of Chumacera, winning out that trade, and I think that actually built their momentum overall into this late game form.
It's kind of sad for God7 though. If you look at this stat here, it reminds me of them almost getting chicken dinner in the final Erangel. And this time it's unfortunately an early exit for them, so 0 points. ABG, we saw an okay round yesterday, an okay day yesterday, but today haven't really shown up that much. But let's check out the overall standings, and this is where it all matters. And of course, with that sort of performance, Harame Bros will still be on top.
Yeah, Harame Bros are currently getting themselves the best of the worlds in terms of elimination points as well as ranking placements. As you can see, they are the current top fragging team with those 80 eliminations that they've gotten so far. Whereas, the closest that we've seen has been the fights coming out of MFG this week, really tracing them only short of 12. So of course, still a lot more work to be done there, but significant gaps are starting to be formed between them as well as Ozja, and then you got PBE on the 4th place. So it's really the battle to really establish a little bit more security into the matchup.
Yes. I also want to point out the ratio of rank points versus eliminations that has the biggest gap is Enigma. It's 3 and 31. So Enigma going all out with the eliminations. Who needs rank points, right? But in their case, they do need, because you don't want to stay at page 2.
And now we're just gonna be getting another glimpse at Miramar once more, and I really want to see, like all these teams that have been struggling to really get on the block. Do you see the first chicken in it for see you soon Tiger KE? I believe there's still more opportunities for even teams like God7. But first, these two will need to settle the score in Chumacera.
Yeah, the Chumacera fight. I mean, by now, I guess God7 might want to consider to let that one go. It's probably not going to be worth it for them because they cannot afford to end the week at the outside of the top 16. If not, next it will be super duper tough for them. So I think, it's time for them to consider that.
Absolutely. I mean, right now, it's really to play for all the points, and some of these fights really is non-beneficial. Straightforward from what I deem it to be. So now the question is, if they do move out of Chumacera, where exactly will they go? We'll find out later on, because we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll bring you the final match of the night. So don't go anywhere.
legs go boom. Legs go boom.
Thank you for staying with us once again. We are now getting ourselves ready for our final match of the evening. This is week 2, day 2 of the PMCL Southeast Asia. And of course, hope you guys are feeling great so far in the middle of the week. And of course, Sir Cloud, we see another big performance inside of Miramar. This time, out of the Manning team, See You Soon has got the biggest of wins.
Yes, See You Soon finally landing their first chicken dinner in the PMCL. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see. Every single team getting their own chicken dinner at least once. So it's nice to see a fresh new team getting in. But speaking about nice and fresh, we're going to freshen up the group after this. So let's check out the groups that we'll be playing. And it will be ACDE.
ACDE, and that's going to be Group B taking a break. So some of the hard-hitting members of Harame Bros, as well as some players of the side of MFG, will not be participating in this round. So I guess like this definitely leaves a little bit more of an opportunity for teams to not be hit so hard by the side of Harame Bros. So the other news is that Genesis Esports is back alongside with Playable Esports here to still really churn up those big numbers, which is what we do expect. But for most part, I think like there is going to be a little bit more stability throughout the course of the game. With that being said,
yeah, it's a relief for all the other teams that the big boys aren't playing in this final round, right? Yeah, it was like, okay, we had enough of MFG, we had enough of Harame Bros. They've been stealing the points away from us, okay? So they can go take a break right now and let us all have our own fun after this. So does that mean that we might see a new team getting a chicken dinner? I do hope so.
we'll see. We'll really have to see whether if this is ever going to be that opportunity out there, which of course for them all to grasp into this matchup, because this final game is a little bit more of a setup for what's about to come for tomorrow as well. So didn't really get enough. We're looking at that one team. Yes, I guess you guys know by now, to try to make it to double digits. Hopefully.
Yep, they had a very long break, and they'll be back next. But you know what else is back? It is our shout out here for this Dragon Emperor and Dragon Empress set. Ladies and gentlemen, still here until the 9th of March. Use this opportunity to upgrade your firearm, your MK14 to a Drag Rain that comes together with a loot crate, elimination broadcast, and on-hit effect. And again, it's in here for a limited amount of time until the 9th of March only.
Yep, and make sure you guys grab it quick before it runs out on Saturday. And the first draw, you might just be lucky enough to get all of it with the costumes as well as the Drag Rain MK14. So, other than this, if you guys are, not born in the year dragon, not so particularly keen on that, we also do have another different set for you. But this is limited edition. I know that you guys do love all of these animation when you do go for elimination points. So, grab it quick while it's hot. Well, of course, it's going to be expiring really soon. But we do have another promotion that will be running till the 21st. And that is going to be the Super Complete, which we'll display later on. So, make sure you guys claim it for yourselves, and of course flex on all of your enemies, including with this AWM.
Yeah, just like how you can flex this one out. The all-new guild set, the Serpent Glint set, available until the 21st of March only, with an upgradable firearm Serpent Glint itself, which is an AWM. It comes together with a loot crate, elimination broadcast, and on-hit effect. So all you need to do, jump into the game right now, and it only costs you 10 UC for your first draw. If you have not even made your first draw, this is a good time to do it. Don't wait until the end, because you might forget about it.
Yeah, and just log in, check the store from time to time, and grab all these awesome deals, because they don't always come by. So with that said, you guys know what the drill is. Just go ahead, log into your PUBG Mobile client, and start rolling.
Start rolling indeed. If not, we will remind you guys every single day until every one of you gets it. Now, we will remind you as well that we are coming into our final game today, and it is played in Miramar, as you can see here. So inside of this Miramar, I don't know, maybe another early fight round. I expect that to happen.
Yeah, and I do expect that, we might actually see a little bit of that contest once again. But maybe if they really want to play it safe, this whole map, each team could just get one city for themselves, and you could still basically get some fair loots if you want to. Of course, it's a really widespread across, where they just want to ensure that they get the safe passage to play out for a deep run. But I'm just thinking that, if we're back to the context of where should some of all these players go from God 7 if they don't go into the city of Chimacera? So what are the options that are actually cleared up around them?
Well, there's still a good amount of options, right? If I'm not mistaken, in Los Higos is open. I believe that was open. Water treatment is open if they want to go up north. So I think that's fine. If they want to go safe and all the way up north even further, Campo Militar was open. So I think that's a lot of open options, right? I mean, it is Miramar. If this is Sanhok you're talking about, that maybe it's a bit hard to tell. But in Miramar, you get a lot of space. You just drop in one of the corners, you'll be fine.
Yeah, like in that sort of sentiment, like you could just be moving outskirts of the city. You don't have to always be directly in the city to actually get most of all these advantages from time to time. So with that, I guess like a lot of all the teams are really thinking like, okay, maybe we could just start to loot out maybe on the outskirts of Power Grid, still around the central area, which, is relatively safe.
Yes, and that just shows that there's a lot of options. Okay, so another spot, right, to consider is the San Martin. But I do understand why we had like 2-3 teams at St. Martin earlier. It's because GE wasn't playing, and they felt that, hey, you know what, GE's not playing, let's just go there. It just so happened that 2 teams had the same idea, and TTK came in later. So with the inclusion of GE after this, I don't think St. Martin will have that many teams. I think it will just be left to GE, and they will just disperse and go wherever else.
Yeah, I think that could be a very decent option, but from that previous battle, we've seen a little bit of that sort of battle that has happened where we had Enigma, but then again, Enigma has always been there. He doesn't really require the teams to, always be around that sort of surrounding. And other than St. Martin, we're looking at, Minas Generalis to be a vacant spot for most part. The Minas Generalis and Graveyard sector is very much playable if these teams will opt to do so.
Yeah, so there are a lot of options, right? Rather than trying to challenge again for Chumacer, trying to challenge again for San Martin. So yeah, a lot of options for the team. I mean, it is Miramar, right? The biggest map of them all. And if it's the biggest map, naturally you have a lot of space. If not, again, just drop it to Campo Milita. As far as I've seen and observed in the PMCL, nobody plays around that area, the top right corner of the map. So we have enough games by now to tell the story that, hey, that place is way open. Well, unless the flight path is far away, then that's going to be a different discussion. But anyway, we're going to leave it to the teams to decide what's going to happen, because we're going to jump into our final game today that is going to happen inside of Miramar. Let's go.
Here we are, back into the desert we go, as all of our squads will go for it one more time before we close out the night. So with that, we'll definitely see who will be the bigger winners of this upcoming match. And if the plane's pretty much set, let's have another rumble in the desert dunes.
Here we go. Flight path is going to be important in a map like this, and we're going to start off in the northern side where Campo Milita is at, going down to Valle de Mar, and God7 changed their drop spot, dropping all the way up north, playing just beside Campo Milita and sending one player in.
That's right, and now this open spacing really gives that form of early relief for the side of God7. They don't really have to be all too concerned about, getting pretty much challenges in the early game. So I like what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, at least they let that one go. Okay, but keeping an eye on the other spots though. Okay, St. Martin, we did talk about it. So GE is back. They will drop into St. Martin, and you don't see any other team challenging them for it. So that's going to be open. So now it's a question of other teams let's see here, APG perhaps. Oh, but I see a crowd there in the middle. Ooh, I see a lot of overlapping there. I think we might see an early challenge.
Perhaps so. Flash Vision Esports, they are basically going for those straggle loots on the outskirts of El Pozo. And we have Stranger Esports somewhere across the mountains. Whereas AI Esports definitely will have a little bit more of that wiggle room to basically guard the small little city in between Torre Acobada, as that's going to be La Bonita, I believe. Well, not La Bonita, it's actually over the bottom side. So a lot of teams want to look out for those early engagements. What you did mention, Picado is going to be a pretty interesting fight for APG.
Oh yeah, they got the first knockdown, but the revive kicked in and Chris is back up. So now they are back onto 4v4 with the Molly buying time, not allowing Skymail to come in. APG is still on the outside, but boom! Nice shot shooting there.
Great work out of the side of Fern. But Popeye, he's getting ambushed from 2 different directions. I love the challenge coming from the side of APG. Taking it one step at a time while Adeboy is on the ground, but APG wants to ensure that they will eventually close it all out. One member left for the side of the quarter, but the top will not outlast the rest of APG.
Well, Wolf War Trade, I must say, they lost Skymail, but they got 4. And Master Riggs. Okay, calm down. I know what happened in San Martin. I know they want to let go of that frustration. I totally understand that. You know, life is stressful sometimes.
Yeah, it is very stressful, especially for the other teams trying to run away from the crosshair of GE. Smile goes in for Scotty. An early pickup as the rest of GE basically wants to flush anyone within the sight of the outskirts of St. Martin, saying that, you know what, you guys think that you can claim my city? No way, Jose.
Yeah, no way, Jose at all. GE, who has San Martin as their home ground, never lets it go. Even like in the previous tournaments, whether it's PMSL, whether it's PMGC, whichever, it doesn't matter if it's San Martin, they will still drop there. And even if teams like a D Xavier wants to challenge it, they will still take the fight to them.
Yeah, there's not going to be any easy spacing for them to work around, especially with this current scenario. MV at least had a little bit more of that open grounds, because earlier I did check out the mini-map. Stranger Esports was kind of blocking some of their area play, and now MV moves a little bit outside of the zone just to ensure that they get themselves a few more loots. Shakir already got the M249, but definitely needs a lot more bullet than that. See, one reload and he will have 0 clips left.
And I guess that's going to be the next priority after securing a vehicle. Try to find a spot to loot up. And yeah, that should be fine. At least nobody challenged him at the start, just like how the whole APG and TQ thing happened.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, back towards the side of GE. A slow starter to week 2, but of course they've been at least maintaining a certain form of composure. Suddenly finds them in the middle of pack with 52 points, now added 1 into this matchup. Dread Esports now having Holy Lanju to try to actually pick something up there. I believe Lanju used to play back in Enigma. Do correct me if I'm wrong, but Holy Lanju is one of the veterans of the scene, trying to actually get something out of AI Esports, but just a little bit of wear and tear towards the vehicles and, of course, to their equipment, and that's just about it.
Yeah, and we can see the a lot of teams really passing by with each other. But I also wanted to fact check on that, but I'll do that later on. At this moment, focusing on the naughty boy, and he's all alone. Okay, so this is going to be bad news. Even if he wins this fight, the follow-up will come quick.
That's right. And here we have a cool run in coming from Jashi for that swift elimination, if he could, as the rest of the members of Dread Esports sought to really give a little bit more of a chase. AI Esports kind of scattered off, and I believe that they don't really have that much loot moving into this early into the game.
Yes. Yeah, if I were to look at their utilities, yes, it does seem to be a little bit lacking, and I'm sure they wouldn't mind like getting another pit stop just to fuel up themselves in terms of utilities, that is. But let's see where would they go for now. At this moment, AI loses Naughty Boy, and that was an early elimination that what we saw. As for Exquisite, Fourth Row is playing. They are one of the teams that likes to change their lineup from time to time. That's what I noticed. Same goes for Myth Clan. I guess that's just part of their strategy on how they manage the team. But I'm wondering if Lufa is playing, because we only saw 3 players from Exquisite.
Yeah, and towards the side of YG though, they're basically getting themselves into the middle of the map, with the rest of GE being spread widely. One member close by, while Ichi is all the way up top the hill. And that knock really is quite something, as this is going to be the first appearance for VN for YG.
I noticed him before. So
Oh.
yeah, I've noticed him before, but maybe because like he's not like that shiny, sexy player. So maybe that's why he doesn't really show up that much. But I noticed it. He has been playing like at least since yesterday or something.
Huh, I see. Don't really get too much of a view upon this addition to the squad, of course. And he isn't exactly the main starter to the roster, but this is something familiar for a lot of teams to play. Still a very difficult route, as this is in between Chumacera, Montenevo, as well as Picado. So a lot of open grounds and also some elevated terrains for the side of GE. We're seeing GE this week playing a little bit more on to the outskirts of stage 3, stage 4, than to basically book directly in the middle this time. So they're gonna have a little bit of control. GOT7 slowly moves in from the blue zone. And I'm not sure what they're seeking out for climbing up this hill. Perhaps a little view against Trust Me, who's driving by. And the longer he takes to heal up, this car's just gonna move off. But it's still there.
Well,
So I guess he's just chasing. That's just about it. I mean, if you're so far away, it doesn't really matter where that guy goes. Huh. But boy, he is prepared for this. He's been around for the longest of time. Red Esports welcomes AI Esports to move through.
Oh.
But nades are now cooked
Wow.
up perfectly tops. Sizak now looking for a double. But he slides downwards, going for another different type of periphery. Let's see if this does connect. We'll lob up, and it will burst in mid-air though.
Oh. But at the same time, the blue is putting pressure to these teams. Trust Me only has one first aid left. Shoots up onto the high ground, and Jibna has to go way from behind. Surprise by Holy Lanju. We are probably get another one right now. Long range by Holy Lanju, but not the second one just yet.
Wow, Langer really coming with a huge flank from right down under. Jibna was thankful that he had enough health just to stay afloat. Now, the rest of AI Esports will have to back away. Master Vape just turns his tail and run. While GOT7 says, okay, this is a little bit out of bounds, but we'll try to catch Master Vape. And that will be his consolation for keeping his eyes on the prize.
Oh. Done. They got 7. They are still on the outside though. Let's see. Check out their utilities. They have 5 first aids. Okay, KS has 1. And his teammate got 5, so he's still okay. But they want to finish off Boy. They're not going to let Boy go that easily, it seems. And if they manage to like take out that vehicle, then Boy has no other options. Creating that smoke, sort of a, not really a bridge, but I wonder what's the idea now. Is he going to make a run for that vehicle just right below? But that would expose him too much. KS tapping away. Not looking good if you ask me. Yep, there you go.
Yeah, they're just pretty much stuck, and good long-range taps coming in from the side of KS, but they're really taking too long. I mean, they're running out of first aids, and it is definitely a cause of concern.
Circle time goes up north. GOT7, good for them because Circle is closer to where they are now. So if they retreat, at least they will get into the circle a little bit faster, and they can go through power grid to go in. From our view, at least we know that there's not many people there, so that's the best entry for them. But for 2-1 Akira, busy with Exquisite.
2-1 for Akira, having only Wako though. Exquisite, they're definitely happy to enroll into this battle. Whereas, Yue, he's just hoping that somebody would just hop out through this tiny little hole. That's not going to be happening, by the way. But, as for the rest of these guys, it seems like they will have a long tug of war. As much as Wako's all alone, look at the white spread coming from Akira. They are going to have a lot more of the room to basically wiggle with for the time being.
Okay, one player on the other side spotted out. 2-1 Akira. Interesting spread that they have still. But they have to save all their teammates there. Wako is caught up on that rooftop. The rest of 2-1 Akira quite far. So Wako is pretty much on his own now.
Yeah, Wako, he's just gotta hold up through the rooftops if he could. Nathan now eventually finds him, so unfortunate for him, he will just be taken out there. Where Exquisite will eventually recuperate and seek out the rest of them as well.
Ooh, what a shot onto Nathan. You peek your head through the window, and that's what you get. This is the level of players that we're talking about.
Yeah, very solid showing coming in with that form of opening. And now, it's a lot more room on the fields where the PBE is taking over the church, getting themselves the bird's eye vision from the southern side. PBE is just getting a lot of scouting duty done for now. But I would reckon that eventually one of these guys will be just getting into a really good spot for them to hold out. Speaking of which, just right in front, PB will just get by the edges.
Ooh, look at this, right? High ground, we got Osja. Right below is APG. So APG needs to be prepared. Osja, we see two players, but not sure where the rest of them are at. Okay, we now have a visual here. So we got Astro X on the other side, but that's okay. The most important thing is that circle moved up north. And God 7 is in the circle. They did follow the power grid to enter, so there was a great move by them. And now that the circle went up north, they have this advantage of playing with those high elevations in the area.
Yeah, they will make very, very good use of that. Whereas, over on the lower ground, a lot of all these team fights are happening all across Myth Clan now. Spots him out. Oh, a shot, but thankfully for the helmet, we'll be able to actually soak the damages throughout. And Myth Clan, they're just gonna seize a little bit more of the edges of this current zone, but the rest of the squads are starting to form up over onto other parts of the area, so no golden opportunity for Myth Clan just yet.
Yeah, let's see here, because they still have some time since the circle is right behind them. So if any team passes by, they can probably try to take that shot. Okay, or they might be planning to how to get in. That's how we can see the shots are towards the inside. And if there's an opportunity, if there's a knock, then maybe they go for it. But for now, no clear opportunity to set. But instead, for Opti 2K, knockdown, only left with Rankit, maybe it's an opportunity for any other team to try to take them out.
Yeah, speaking of opportunities out there, 214 Akira is going to be seeking out a lot of potential out here. There's Exquisite that's always been giving them a little bit of pressure. GE is not too far off as well. And Easy K opened up the rounds here against Flanks. Raimon actually picking that one up. So PB, they're starting to tune up the engine and giving it a go. Damage done as the rest of PBE will instruct Jarrow to close in, secure the number.
Okay, here we go. Before Jarrow can go in to secure the number, it's going to be Momboy securing it. But it's still the same team. But Jarrow will need to fight against 214 Akira. We got Opti just right below him. The rest of 214 Akira is going to come in. Again, it's going to be the Filipino rivalry. H2R comes from behind. And H2R, also former PBE player, fighting against his former teammates, Redkit as well. Would love to seek revenge against them. But Michi from the other side surprises 214 Akira. They thought they had everyone, but Michi is there to eliminate them out.
Wow, what a play by Michi. He's got that perfect vantage point, and now Nathan just trying to actually move into the smoke, and he will be caught out as well. Red Bull now getting a voice shot while fourth row is just trying to make a passage to cut across to help Nathan and the rest of PPE. They are gonna get a little bit of perfect glimpse right over on the corner, but there is Itchy shooting back.
Now PBE still recovering. Jarrow still needs to be revived, and he's back up again. Now we got Myth Clan overlooking them, but look at the amount of teams in this area. We got 4 teams at least. PBE, they will need to manage all of them. Yue knocked down. Bombo straight them back. Rival comes in with the ghost shot coming. He sprays! He scores!
Huge one coming out of PBE. just having a very straightforward fight. But here comes the rest of Mid Clan clashing through. They will be looking towards securing them before they can actually go in for that reset. And PBE, after being overwhelmed by the side of DZ, but the push was a little bit too overheated coming in from the side of Mid Clan. Damage being done from each side as we see this battle between both Titans. Mitchie try to keep Charlotte at bay with all these grenades. He's actually soaking the damage, but will not be able to dance it out. What a fight that was from Mid Clan, taking out PPE. And they get the taste of their own medicine. They've been putting pressure, pushing teams like that. And Mid Clan says, no, we're not going to be that pushover team for you to take out. And Mid Clan dominated that one.
Yeah, I really like the third party coming in from Mid Clan. The timing was impeccable there to take out PBE. When they were still down and wounded, they were still licking their wounds. Mid Clan came in perfectly, won that fight, and now it's time to move on.
Yeah, and it's all down towards these couple of teams here in the open grounds. There is still a coverage over onto the top hill, so it is a very peculiar situation for the teams to navigate at the very least. FV staying put, but now will be visited. Quick shots coming from Shakir, gets one. Low HP bar on the other, and yes, they will basically take out APG. The Singapore rivalry will conclude just like that.
Well, Flash Vision, they got 2 points. So, great work there, Flash Vision. And now we're at 9 teams sooner. It's going to be soon till they start to bring in rank points. Let's see here. We got TTQ trying to block off their opponent on the other side. As TTQ, Austria Esports, eliminated thanks to TTQ. So now we're at top 8, meaning that Flash Vision will start to collect placement points, finally.
Huge points for them, because that is what they have needed throughout the course of this tournament. And now just being held back for a little bit with that sort of spray coming out of TTQ. So how exactly are they going to exit this? We'll have to find out later on. Whereas this is just a difficult task for them to just even cut by at the moment.
I noticed that the blue zone is trying to pick up players. One of the players of Flash Vision knocked down by the blue. And on the outside, Arip knocked. Arip taken out by Bien. Shakib by the blue. Only left with Mr. Tay. Where's he going to go from here? Pressure by the blue at the same time, man. All scopes onto him. Mr. Tay might consider to give himself up. And yes, he will.
Yeah, there's just no way out. And 2 finishing points, at least, for the side of FV heading into the top 8. So they do get some ranking points on the block. Well, it's basically 3 shots fired from the side of GOT7. Advancing a little bit more of an open space for them to just open fire. With a shooting range of this sort, they can slowly pick up the pieces, but there is an invasion towards the side of STE. Mid Clan in for that close quarter combat, and grenades now being prepped up. I'm not sure if STE can survive, but Miner is just basically dancing around the building, trying to bid as much time as he can. It's Joseph. He's got another nade. Mid Clan really got them surrounded like moths to a flame.
Moths to a flame, okay, but the moths went down to the flame this time. And MILF Clan again. Wow, they're stepping up this game. 7 eliminations already. And if you kind of think about it, like the top 2 teams have been eliminated. At least the top 2 teams in this round eliminated. And we still have GOT7 and MILF Clan in this. Interesting.
Very interesting. Like, that fight, yeah, it was really difficult for STE with them really circling up. But top side, we got Dread Esports and WTZ from YG to still hold out. YG have been, relatively quiet from time to time, having 2 elimination points, but they still have the full squad. So YG is in an okay spot for now. But Dread Esports, they look to have a lot of room up here. GE, however, doing exactly the same as YG. Now, this is going to be a pincer attack. Loki from the lower side, really taking firm control over onto the middle ground.
WTZ from afar now with the pickup vehicle, but the smoked up vehicle, that's the risk that they're taking. Abandoned ship, people, abandoned ship. Not worthwhile to get to use that vehicle just to be blown up to smithereens.
Sharp eyes from WTZ, but hasn't really landed blows towards TTQ. TTQ's long-range assaults are so painful to deal with. The whole game, they've been basically tagging on to players like FV and now looking for YG and GOT7. And it's all thanks to Zuki because he's got the sharpest of eyes.
Now look at the mini screen, right? Minimap. 4 teams on the south side. I'll be interested to see how GOT7 will manage this. They had a pretty decent circle to work with because the circle kept going up north and they came from the northern side. So, yep, they have the circle advantage. But now they have to make good use out of it. And they are showing that they will not let that opportunity go by taking out Holy Lanju.
Yeah, just one grenade to take him off the game. Whereas, now shots are being fired up towards the rest of TTQ. YG trying to really hold them all the way back. Whereas we still have Small also assaulting onto Gus. So it really feels like this is the first time ever YG and GE is kind of working in tandem to take out the same team. So, Edward already got himself a little bit of protection. So far, protection points gathered from the side of GE, where DZ is going to be able to find a little bit more. GE with an interesting spread of formation. Look at that. 2 on the south, 2 on the top. So they basically secure half of that upcoming inner circle already.
And whichever part that the circle goes, whether it's above the road or below the road, they will have at least somebody to be as a marker to go there. And at this moment, Younger Galacticos, we got PN here, big siege down. It's time for GOT7 to come in. He gets 1. On the other side, can he secure the elimination point? And yes, he will before he goes down. So it's still an okay trade because he got his other teammates anyway.
Yeah, decent last stand, but I thought that he will basically focus fire onto the other player that is marching towards his way, but it was an important point for them to acquire. YG now gets themselves 5. Meanwhile, DZ out alone, trying to take on Edward, but Edward was way quicker than that.
Hey, so we got Edward, but he's on the outside. He cannot be quicker than the zone now. If he's still there when the zone is there, he will be taken out by it. Now we got the Loki on the inside, keeping eye on 2 angles, including GOT7 and also Edward. But from his position within the circle, it's their game to come towards him.
Yeah, you see so much improvement for the side of GOT7 the moment that they're not contested in the early game. And now they're in the top 4 with 6 points. And everyone's pretty even up, right? 5 to 6 points for the top 4 teams. But GE, they're just going to be the biggest threat towards all the other solo units out there in the field. Edward's already bleeding out as Nyapikel managed to make it into the top 3 as he also gets eliminated as well.
Oh, God of 7 taken out as well. So now we're down to the top 2 teams. Well, based on the numbers, it's looking good for Genesis Esports, but they have to wrap things up right now. They're going and looking down. Seika's going to be the only man left without a Shaq. And Genesis Esports, ladies and gentlemen, you know you missed them. They are back with a bang.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Genesis Esports is still within the contest here in week 2, finally winning their first Miramar match as they've tried so hard throughout the weeks, and here they are with a very beautiful formation that they basically have covered from the top end of the hill all the way towards the low ground, and that is something that we've not seen other teams do before, but they have definitely played a very stable game, and this is why they've been able to close it out more efficiently than the rest of the pack.
You're right, they've finally broken the Miramar curse. Yes, and I'm sure the fans will be really happy to finally see them getting this chicken dinner because it's been a while since we've seen a a good performance from Genesis Esports. But let's check out the best moments from the previous round. Despite it's only 17 eliminations, but that's okay. It's still a chicken dinner inside of Miramar, a map that they have always had problems getting in.
Yeah, and this by far is the cleanest way that GE has played it out. Early games, no unnecessary battles until the late game where they have gotten some really good views to actually fight out. But I think a lot of all these areas of play that has been highlighted is really all the fights that has been happening on the high ground. There's about 3 to 4 teams that were basically positioned up over on the hills in order to take advantage of that late game. But it's really a battle of attrition as well, because some of them are willing to also take risks by tanking out the zone and eventually move into the circle. PBE, we're basically fighting and fighting and fighting all the time, but that's what PBE's motto is, right? I mean, PBE fighting, does that not seem to be ringing well?
Yeah.
Because PBE is just basically gathering as much elimination points as possible as they take on a lot of members of MIF-Clan, but MIF-Clan really got them round up, especially when they were basically charging another team beforehand.
Hey, you know what PBE stands for? Please bring enemies.
Please bring enemies. I
Yeah.
thought it was Playbook Esports.
Nah.
Yeah.
In this context, it's please bring enemies, you know. It's like, yeah, we want to fight, you
I
know,
like that.
so please bring it to us, you know. We want to collect all those elimination points. Just bring it in.
And here we have it. Edward from TTQ. Although he only has 2 eliminations, he could potentially secure, like, let's say if that guy has, like, armor and everything, right? He could have actually gotten more than 5 in total. So I gotta say that he's been really sharp on his shots, especially with the last stand where he was also going 1 versus 1 to try to secure a top 5 finish. He managed to win that trade.
Yeah, I mean, Edward, especially like towards the end from afar, that long range, that was crispy. That was nicely done. So this is also the second TTQ player to have to get the MVP today. Just so you know. But unfortunately, TTQ they still haven't got the chicken dinner today. But that's absolutely fine. I think in overall for TTQ they seem to be kind of steady. So at least they're like not really all the way down there. Being a team that's somewhere in the middle, I think that's fine for TTQ.
Yeah, very, very steady pacing for them, and same can be said about our winners here. Genesis Esports, they have a very decent run inside of Miramar. Sometimes that, you know, they lose a lot of all these members early on, and we're not able to actually go in for those full fights. But when they do have their members on board, this is what they can achieve heading into the final battle.
Yeah, Genesis Esports. It's been a while since the fans get to see their poster up here. I mean, they used to be no stranger to getting the chicken dinner last week, but this time, okay. I think one factor that one of the reasons why they don't get as many eliminations as what we have seen before is that the circle is like somewhere up north, right? Like in Power Grid, and they normally drop in San Martin. So for them to access Power Grid, it's not going to be that hard. It's just like across the road, you climb that hill, and then you're already in there. And the fact that the circle kept going that area, so they didn't really need to move that much.
Yeah, and when we look into the overall stats, like, a lot of teams really took up those fights on the outskirts, right? So it was rather challenging for most of all these squads to really get into the central area, despite, you know, this circle is not too far off for many. Some of them actually dropped over onto Campo Militar and even other spaces, and it just makes it a lot more difficult. But from the looks of it, it was a lot of long-range trades, so you don't see as many throwables being used up in these matches.
And because the circle kept moving in one direction, right? So I guess that's the reason why there is like 7 players. Yeah, 7 players got eliminated by the zone, so that's totally understandable. If it's like a middle circle and it like shrinks like in the middle, then you might see less of that. So yeah, that's normally like the theory. But points is where it all matters, and GE still had the highest points despite only having 7 eliminations.
Yeah, speaking of which, GE have been really getting that tempo heading into the later stages. And most importantly, a win in Miramar is something that they've been really hoping to get, and finally they do. So kudos to them. They definitely will be looking for more. But God7, this time they go on the aggressive. They put a lot more points in terms of elimination. Same goes to Myth Clan as well as TTQ. I'm actually really liking the very final match that we have for today.
Yeah, I know, right? A lot of these teams that maybe we don't get to see as much, they're starting to really step up, at least for the final game. Hopefully we'll able to be able to be served more surprises coming tomorrow, including FV as well. I mean, 3 points collected. Come on, guys. I mean, this is a major improvement for Flash Vision. Gotta give it to them as well. But they need to work out a lot more because now the gap is really, really big.
Yeah, indeed. And now I'm not too certain whether if they could even chase up to, the rest of the pack, because even up to 19, it's 32 points, right? And you look at number 10 is 49. So within all the in-betweens of 9th, or should I say 10th, all the way to 19 is very, very doable. But FV, I don't know, they just gotta go back and look at all these videos. But, this matchup, they did finally secure some points. It's just that there's still a lot more to be done here.
Yeah, at this point, they really need to come up with multiple bangers, right? They really need to work out like a lot of chicken dinners if they don't want to be down there, or if they want to make a break into the page 1. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much I can say, but hope for the best for tomorrow, since maybe they have found something that works for them in the final round.
Yeah, but I really do like the rest of the competitors that have been really putting up with, good exchanges, a little bit more of a check and balance, I would say, that concludes today, that sees everybody around that 30 ratio, literally 1 digit away for them to eventually move into the first page or drop out of that first page. So it's really all about that consistency game that they're looking on for. So I guess we'll definitely have to find out what will happen throughout the course of the week. So any last words before, of course, we close off the night?
Come on, GE. Chicken dinner. Let's go. Let's go.
For today's performance,
sorry, not GE. I'll come back. Come on, Flash Vision, chicken dinner. Let's go. Yeah.
Okay, let's have them both get chicken dinners.
Yeah.
But to me, MFG really showed up today, and I want to see more out of MFG. I'm a big fan now, so let's keep it rolling.
All right.
So I believe that's pretty much it for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow, same time, same place, we'll bring you more chicken dinners to come in the PMCL Southeast Asia. Good night.